listening and watching. Well, I hope they are. So this is a message for the authorities because at the end of the day, it's all about safeguarding. It's a matter of public interest, and we're talking about crimes. We're not talking about anything else other than crimes. So what I'm going to do is just for the authorities, because I know they're watching. Okay, what we're talking about is very, very clear. On this side here, it's the Break and Silence Project. What happens when you break silence against these crimes? We're talking about child exploitation, sexual exploitation, abuse at home, emotional abuse, bullying, neglect, online abuse, self-abuse, and much, much more. And you or your children or children in general will ring 999 101 Childline, NSPCC, Kafka schools, MPs, mayors, and more, but no one comes to their aid. Now, the reason why nobody comes to their aid is purely because of this side here. So this side here is very, very simple. This is breaking silence on the broken system. Phase one. We've got a number of phases that I want to move forward to now. So you got social services are liars, criminals, and storytellers. Who do they lie to? Well, I can tell you they lie to everyone. What do they lie about? Do social services mistreat our children? Do social services neglect our children? Are social services doing the crime and our children are paying the price doing the time? Are victims being victimized, and do social services control our judges and police? And the bottom one, it says, are there any good social workers out there? Now, the answer to all of them, which is at the bottom of there, that's the only one I put on there, yes. The answer is yes to all of them. It's only due to safeguarding and child protection I'm limited what I could say or show on public media. And then I want to go into the middle here. In the middle here, we're also talking about the paedophile rings, the grooming gangs, the corruption within the authorities. And a lot more. So wake up, public. And at the bottom here, let me just make this the right size for a second, and hopefully I should be able to stick it at the top there. Right, so if anybody wants any clarity, just get through to here, www.lcs.news. What does LCS stand for? It stands for liars, criminals, storytellers. And on the left-hand side, I should have really said as well, I'm trying to get this sorted. There we go. Would you like to know? We're always appealing for help and support. Now, the help and support, what we're talking about is anywhere in the United Kingdom. So this was like I started, it was about the authority members, whether it's the police, whether it's social workers or professionals in a position of doing something about it. This is what I'm talking about. These are all criminal activities taking place on our children, and this needs to stop. And we're urgent for you to actually come forward and help and support in stopping this to save and protect our children. Okay. In the meantime, while you're thinking about it, I'm going to be exposing everybody. Simple as that. But that doesn't mean I'm not willing to work with you and we're willing to cooperate with you. I'm willing to give you names, locations of all these heinous crimes taking place and where they're happening. Okay, you want to know about social services, which department they are? Well, don't be shy, just get in touch. You want to know about all these crimes, get in touch. If you want to know the pedophile rings and all this, get in touch. I will also be showing you victims of child sexual exploitation who is being done by the perpetrators, the pedophile rings, which is covered up by this corporate company here. Okay, so I'm making it very, very specific so you don't have to get confused in what you're asking. Okay, and so this goes for any professional in the United Kingdom. However, this information now is actually going international. We've actually requested international support because there's no aid coming, there's no help coming in the United Kingdom. I've reached out to every department going. Unfortunately, everybody who I've actually reached out to is getting sacked, removed, and sent on the sick. It's absolutely a disgrace, but that's their business. My job is to focus on what we're doing, because at the end of the day, our children are paramount, are number one, and nothing comes before that. And yet today we're in a situation where once you've gone through this and understanding this, Then you'll go into a topic what's known as child trafficking. But first, you need to know how they steal your children. So, which I can tell you very, very clearly, this corporate company manufactures documents, manufactures concerns, manufactures crimes, and provides false information to the judges to then persuade the judge to take your children. Okay, and that's when the problem starts, majority of it, where all these heinous crimes are taking place. Not saying that it doesn't happen in the public, it does. But either way, we need to be, I'm going to be specifically myself, I'll be exposing every single one of these people that are involved. So the police, if you're listening, it doesn't matter where you are, I'm going to make myself available. My first video, I said the very same thing. For any further clarity, please get in touch. Now, what I'm going to do is if anybody does want to get into the boxes, because I'd like to quickly start with these because we have a long night and it gives us time to listen to your questions, to answer your questions, whether it's myself, whether it's Gary or other guests that may turn in tonight. Okay, so it gives us the opportunity. Also, can everybody, the mods, can you just leave the people to get in the boxes to me if you don't mind? Just so I could control it a little bit more, because I know some of the people, just to make sure we keep that right. When you're getting in the boxes, I'm going to please request if you just mute yourself, and we'll start very shortly and we'll go through one person at a time. Also, I want to make it very, very clear, like I usually do, in the comments or in the boxes, please be respectful. Please be polite. No criticizing, condemning, swearing, none of that. We're not going to tolerate that. This is a rational conversation that I like to have with anybody who finds concerns with what we're talking about or who may understand that it's already happening. I understand your frustration. We know that they're mother yuckers. So maybe put your words in a different way. I just don't want people to think, we're vulgar in that sense. And I know there was few people coming in the boxes. I don't know whether they've disappeared, but if you want to get in the boxes, please request to get in. I am personally going to control that side of it to get one at a time. And then we're going to move forward from that. But while I'm doing that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to introduce, obviously, a guest that's actually been on the live with me. And I'm actually going to just ask him to introduce himself. Some amazing work he's doing. And I've actually had a look at his evidence as well. Okay, this is about fact findings, not crap findings. This is the real deal, whether people like it or not. So anything here that you want to know, I'll be able to share with you. Anything that what Gary might be talking about, he'll be able to share with you. So Gary, can you hear me?
I can, Rangi. I can.
Gary, I'm going to give you the floor. If you could just briefly introduce yourself, and then we'll move on to the guests.
Sure. Thank you very much, Rangi. So for those of you who don't know me, first of all, let me just say that everything I'm about to say is fully backed up and supported with evidence. Nothing I'm saying is without the supporting evidence there, okay? And everybody can look at it. It's available to the public. Although they've recently hacked and taken down my public document file, all of the documents that support what I'm going to tell you about are already backed up, and other people have created extra files, etc. So it's not going to go away. They're hoping it is. So I was in the police for 18 years. I resigned from the police in 2018. Prior to that, I was a director for a freehold company called Exbourne Manor Freehold Limited. Anyone can go and look at that company on Companies House. You'll see that my name is on there. As part of a director for that company, something triggered me to make inquiries into that company, which established that forged bank documents were being created by the banks and used in circulation. This led to irrefutable evidence in the end. It took a long time because this has been going on since 2022 of international government fraud. Okay, involving the forgery of company registration systems and the forgery of incorporation documents attached to those registration systems, which creates illegal, fraudulent entity companies that should never have been allowed to trade but continue to do so. We're talking the likes of Amazon, McDonald's, all banks are involved. The international banking transaction system Russia as well, the Russian government, UK government, you name it, they're all involved in this. And this system of fraud enables them to defraud the public through the taxation system. So it'd be worth trillions of pounds. So the banks will be able to come in and they're being allowed to provide forged bank documents for these illegal entity companies to falsify their company's figures and send the real money into offshore accounts. It's linked to all of the scandals that we're seeing with our governments, including the Fujitsu Horizon post office scandal, the David Cameron Green Seal scandal, the Michelle Mone PPE COVID scandal with the yachts and property. Hopefully you all saw that over the last couple of years. It's all linked to this system of fraud. I've tried absolutely everything for the authorities to try and do it. They're now to deal with it properly, as they should. Unfortunately, they're all involved, including the intelligence agencies, including the monarchy, including the police, through a centralised system of fraud. And this is causing most of the problems that we're seeing on the planet. And that's a huge claim to make, but I am absolutely certain of it. And I just want to say that anybody that's trying to claim that I've got mental health issues, okay, it's not about me, it's about the evidence. Go and look at the evidence. Now, you can try and say that that evidence is not correct and it's forged or false, but then you can go and verify and corroborate everything to see that it is true. So they are literally backed in a corner in relation to this. There's nowhere they can go with it. I'm absolutely 100% certain that this has been going on. And sorry, I know I'm talking a lot, but just quickly, how does this relate to Rangi? Well, throughout this fraud, there is very clearly a link to international child trafficking, abuse, the torture of children, the harvesting of adrenochrome, which is the blood taken from these poor children in a state of terror, and murder of children and others. Okay, that's irrefutably connected to this system of fraud. And this links very closely to what Rangi is doing, because the court process has this motive, because of this system of fraud, to steal children or take children through fraudulent activity from families. And the fraud that we're seeing is the motive, or certainly a huge motive in this, because the forgery removes the accountability and liability. That's a lot to take on. There's a lot more to it.
Repeat exactly what Gary was saying there. Now, I know one of the people is actually having a bit of struggle coming on. I don't know why. But if anybody, like I say, if you have a question, you don't have to come in the boxes. If you ask in the comments, I'm going to suggest the mods that maybe have a look at the questions. If somebody takes a note of it, and then maybe you could come in and they could ask on your behalf. But if you're able to get into the boxes, you could ask yourself. But I want to make it very, very clear that if you're in the social services system right now and you're in proceedings, I am going to urge you not to get into the box. And if you do not talk about your specific cases, because it will only be used against you as a weapon. We're trying to prevent that. That's the main thing. Right. Well, right. Let's just get moving, because I think we got Double G there. You're already on the box there, by the way. If you just mute yourself, Double G, if you just unmute yourself, please. You press on your box and it'll show.
Can you guys?
Right, can you hear me, Double G?
Can you hear us?
Yeah, we can hear you loud and clear.
Aye, hello, mate.
Did you have a question?
No, just I've been meaning to catch up with you, off last time. Just to see what was going on.
Well, there's a lot going on. If it's a catch up, just be patient, because you'll hear a whole load of things. But if you do during the evening, if you want to ask a question relating to what Gary's been talking about or what I've been talking about, feel free to drop a question in to just ask us, because this is about interaction in general. We want a rational conversation, and obviously we'll get the public to learn about this as well. Okay, Double G?
This is a thing Gary will know about, right? The courts are using to take the kids. They're using maritime trickery, right? Now that's law of the sea. We're on land, We're supposed to be under common law. We're supposed to have a jury with any case. Do you know? So they're basically getting you to see your name and date of birth and tricking you into maritime law. So you're bowing into maritime law. Then they've got the power to take your kids using an act because you've just bowed into the act by giving your name and date of birth.
Yeah, Double G, let me just add on to with what you mentioned. I know you mentioned about common law, land, law of the land and law of the sea, and what's actually happening in the family court, and which is what I want to emphasize. In the family courts, yeah, they are using this law, I agree with you, but they are manufacturing crimes. They are manufacturing concerns. They are manufacturing documents, which whether it's maritime law, law of the land, it's criminal. It's illegal. So this is why I say
well, if you know how to bow out of maritime law, they can't do it under common law. If you know how to state you're following common law, right? They can't use these acts against you. So what you need to learn is never ever give your name and date of birth. You say you're there to represent that name, but you can't be that name because that name is the name of a corporation. You are the 3D fictional character.
Yeah, I understand that. I think we are going to actually break these topics down. Whether even to do with common law, and actually there's so many topics relating to what we're talking about now, but everything leads all the way back to our children, how it's affecting our children.
Anyone wants to understand the difference between bowing out maritime law and into common law, I can teach anybody, so just if anybody feel free to inbox us.
Yeah, well, I'll probably will arrange it. We'll actually do a whole live on that side as well for you. That's not a problem. Just one second.
I've got a video on my YouTube, right, explaining how to use human rights against authority. It tells you all about it. If you go onto my channel, it's YouTube Double G.
Right, no worries. People have got that. We will get that done and stay obviously tuned up with what we're doing. Also, Steve Marshall, you've got you in now. I don't know why I kept dropping you. Stephen, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can, mate. Can you hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear. Did you have a question or a comment for me or Gary?
Well, basically, I've been watching Gary's work since he dropped his first video, and I recognise that he's on the same path as the rest of us, basically fighting for freedom and truth and that. Now, over the last 4 years, I've been building an extensive case against my local government. Now, a penny dropped a little while back when I found a piece of old statute which literally puts all liability onto our local governments. Now, the way that the big machine is run, it's run by the little cogs. And what I'm proposing is we share information together, because Gary's got a crime reference number. I've been issued a crime reference number for fraud, but I've also got an extensive case to do with 5G, fluoride, and it's basically now sat with a barrister. So I'm pushing forward as hard as we can go. And if Gary's mentioned something in a message to me about RF frequency, I'd like Gary to share any information that he has with me about this, that I can actually then pass it across to my barrister to bring a further case against. Because what I'm looking towards doing, it's not a me versus my local government, it's a we the people versus each and every county council throughout the UK, because it's at this level which is where we've got our power. We haven't got the power trying to fight the big government, but we do have a power at the county court. And I believe if we bring a class action suit together with multiple factors that cannot be denied against, this is the best way to push it forward through. And I'm using our constitution here, you know, the Bill of Rights. I'm not joking when I say I've built an extensive case, and I'm at the point now where I feel like I can't progress much further without help. So I'm reaching out I've used TikTok as a tool specifically to reach out to see if I can actually gain some help on this. Gary's ended up messaging me. So, we're at this point here now. So, I'm wondering how we can actually get together and pull something together, like.
Well, I tell you what, Stephen, let's get Gary in and to answer a little bit with yourself, and I'll have an input at the end. Gary, can you have a little input with what Stephen was just mentioning?
Yeah, hi, Stephen. Great to finally get to speak to you.
Yeah, you
I hope
too,
you're well,
you
my
too.
friend. Well, first of all, this system of fraud, it goes hand in hand with several things. I'm seeing it all the way through my research, the children aspect, but also the threat of directed energy, okay, which is what you're talking about, the 5G.
Yeah.
It's very clearly there. They've got fraudulent entity companies right at the beginning of the creation of the companies that are involved in this technology, which means there is no accountability and liability at all because of the forgery in the first place, because the companies aren't registered lawfully. And they'll be fully aware of what they're doing. The first thing I would suggest in relation to what you're doing, because I've found that so far every barrister I've looked at is linked to this system of fraud. So they've all jumped on the bandwagon and they're part of companies that are linked to the fraud because of the motive of defrauding the general public through the taxation system. So they'll all be getting a piece of that money somehow through their companies.
Yeah.
Whether you want to go down that route and look into your barrister first, because obviously that will create a conflict of interest. If you're getting me involved, he's not going to want to expose the evidence that I've got because it's vast.
Of course. Like the evidence that I've actually basically brought part of a case together for is from the Griffiths Air Force Base in New York, and it's the Radio Frequency Microwave Radiation Biological Effects and Safety Standards, a review. And it's a deep dive into it, and it's scary. It's really, really scary. Yeah. Now, the way that I'm coming at this is about informed consent, because my whole case is being built around informed consent, or the lack of. Now, what this basically talks about, how it can affect how DNA expresses itself, DNA expression, like. But we're being bombarded by multiple angles of things that can potentially change our DNA. Now, it's never been safety tested of all of these factors together. What's going to be the outcome? Now, I'm coming at this as it's just negligence. If at bare minimum, it's negligence on their part, and there should be a massive safety review on all of these factors that are causing or have the potential to cause DNA changes within our children, because it's exactly the same with the fluoride. People don't realise how bad that actually is, and it's causing detrimental effects to children's IQ. We're now seeing, and they hid this information, and it was only for a Freedom of Information request that came out last year that this actually came to light, that fluoride is actually reducing children's IQ, where it's been added into the waters, and it's now going to be, they're now, over the course of the next year, pushing it out further across the east. They're already doing it in the northwest here, so it's... We need to hold them accountable, because at bare minimum it's negligence and irresponsible that they're doing all of these things and letting it happen, because it's our local governments that have a duty of care under the Local Government Act 1888, Section 79, subsection 2, which clearly states that all duties and liabilities of the inhabitants of a county shall become duties and liabilities of the council of such county. So here it's literally written in their laws that they are liable for all of this, and all we need to do is put a class action lawsuit together and actually get it in as we the people versus all the local governments, to hold the cogs of the machine accountable. Because if we hit the cogs and we take the cogs down, the machine at the top has to listen. Do you see where however we do this, let's pull this together, whether I use the barrister or not. Let's share information so we can pull something together big. essentially.
Well, Stephen, two things. I'll just add on before I go back to Gary on going a little bit more. With the Florida that you mentioned, I actually have been working with a professional who's in the Birmingham area who's very, very good. And this is something that they knew about, that we've been discussing with them over the last 4 years. So I think it'll be very, very good to maybe get you linked up with them as well, because this is because at the end of the day, everything that we're talking about, all the topics we're talking about, eventually comes back down to our children and their future
100%.
if they are to have one. Okay, so I just wanted to add that one on before I go into the 5G, because I know I've got a few people in 5G as well, who are experts in their field, professionals, work for the government, and actually have. And I'm going to be bringing them on board very shortly, but we'll just do one at a time. Gary, did you want to add on anything for Stephen before I get anybody else in?
Yeah. Well, first of all, we need to understand this isn't incompetence. This is deliberate what they're doing to the people. It's very clear. They would have known.
I am aware at this point. Yeah, I am aware of that, but I'm just going in at base level. So, yeah.
Absolutely. No, I understand that. I understand that. They are criminals. It's a fact. They're going against their own acts and statutes, criminal acts and statutes under the Fraud Act to commit this fraud against the public. So that means they're criminals, and we're living under a criminal system. Which obviously puts a different spin on things, really, because if we've got the difficulty of trying to use their system. Well, they don't go by their system. They don't go by their acts, go by their statutes. They're actually quite blatantly breaking them. I mean, to be honest, the whole of our government is now committing or conspiring to allow international government fraud and child trafficking and mass murder against the public to continue. I've sent my evidence to, I'm sorry if everyone's heard this before, I've sent my evidence to 40 out of 42 or 43 police, I can never remember whether there's 42 or 43, 40 police forces, 650 members of parliament. They realise the game's up, and none of them are actually even responding at all. They're just ignoring it, which now suggests they're planning something potentially quite sinister against the public. They've been rushing to put these 5G and this other technology in place, especially since this fraud has been exposed by myself. And as I'm sure you're aware, Stephen, and others, there's so much evidence to suggest that it causes cancer and very serious health risks. There was a mask put outside of a school, an article in 2019, I think it was 6 or 7 children in that school got diagnosed with cancer very, very quickly. They're still putting them outside of schools. I'm getting people telling me all across the country that they're still putting them outside of schools. There's so much I could say about this. They're hiding the debates within government. So I don't know if anyone knows, but you can actually search on the government website for debates on a key word. If you search the word 5G, it comes up with nothing. Well, that can't be true. They must have been debating 5G because there's been lots of controversy around Hawaii with the Chinese mobile phones, etc. So there would have been debates, but they're actively hiding it. This is how serious it is what we're looking at. And I believe we're actually running out of time because you've got and I don't want to scare everyone because I absolutely believe this is going to turn round. I really believe that, but we need the masses on board. You've only got to look at a depopulation report that may or may not be authentic, that suggests by the end of next year, the UK will be down from 66 million people to 15 million people. Okay, so we're talking very serious stuff. First of all, I'll say again, these people are criminal, but I think at the head of this, and I don't want to get too spiritual here, but the Freemasons are massively behind it. And so much evidence suggests that you've got a Luciferian occult system at the top of this driving.
I'm glad you pulled that up, Gary, because I'm worried about working with people because of that fact. And I've always got to ask people, hang on, all right, come on, be truthful now. Are you a Mason? We need to find out. This is the root of the problem, is the globalism coming in through Masonry. This is why it was ejected out of America in the mid 1800s. It is the plague of it all. It's what's allowed it all to go on. It's the base of it all, and people don't realise at the base of Freemasonry, it is satanic. And unfortunately, I've had experience with them from my family, unfortunately, like, and well, yeah. I'm not going to go too much into it, but it's a cancer that needs rooting out, like, and it's a scary world when you start getting into it because they start following you. So.
Yeah, well, Steve, I'm just going to add on. I totally understand where you come from. It's hard to know who's who these days. But one of the things I've identified a while ago, the way I actually see things, if they're standing up and fighting the fight, then I know there's a big chance that they're okay. Okay?
Yeah,
you get a lot of people that are wolves in sheep's clothing. I've seen that.
That's the one, like, that's the one. And you've got to normally ask people eye to eye on these things, like, you know what I mean?
No, 100%. I totally agree with you. But hang fire there. Let me just get to another question as well because I want to keep it going. Also, everybody that's coming in the boxes, you notice I'm just muting you only because there's sometimes echoes coming through. So if I could get this user here, 530, if you could just unmute yourself first. And then did you have a question or a comment for me or Gary? This user here. If they could unmute themselves. If not, maybe I'll drop them and you come back on because I know some people have difficulty unmuting themselves. But if you tap on your name, you'll have a screen come up with your details and just unmute yourself where the mic section is. Okay, that's not a problem. If you can't get on, we could always get you back in. That's not an issue. If I could go to the next user here, which is 749, if you could just unmute yourself, please. User 749.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, hi. Hi, it's Elsa. Hi, guys. Hi, Gary.
Hi,
Do you have a question or a comment for maybe Gary or myself?
Yeah, just about all these 5Gs. I've been doing, probably trying to get a letter through to Leeds City Council, actually, because it is quite bad. All these telephone poles are throwing up in streets. There's one on every street, and they're fully loaded, do you know what I mean? And then you've got the university. There's just too much of it going on, so things need to be done to be taking these things down. Because we've just been bombarded at every level, all these things coming out about the people that are supporting all these, the people that are doing the crimes as well. It's absolutely ridiculous what's going on.
So is this a question for Gary then?
Well, like Gary said, it's all connected up to the...
Yeah.
It all ties back to the same thing. We're back at square one, aren't we? The root of the evil.
Absolutely, and also the damages also roots back down to our children and their future.
Yeah.
So we've got to do something
but
about
where
it.
these celebrities and that, we can boycott the celebrities that are involved in this as well, because you can see them, they're very clear, and stop supporting them in different ways. Apple, things like that, all these Apple products that are coming out are very dangerous because they're trying to ramp them up to 6G, like Gary explained. They're just going to try and implement more and more things to keep us distracted.
Let's get Gary's view onto the topic that you just brought in. Gary?
Yeah, I mean, I can't emphasise enough. This is a real threat, okay? And I believe it's an imminent threat. I mean, in fact, it looks as though it's been going on for decades. So as they've brought in new technology, radar, etc., and radio frequencies, it appears as though they've introduced potentially a fake virus to cover up any health and death issues as they've done that. But we're now at a point where I believe they've perfected this technology to such an extent that this may be why we've got the leaked depopulation report. It's a really serious issue. Everyone's trying what Elsa has suggested. I'm in contact with so many people that are trying to write to their councils. They're passing the buck constantly because they know it. They know that how serious this is. And unfortunately, it does look as though this is what they're going to be using to control the population. And there's been lots of talk by various members in the World Economic Forum over the last 2 or 3 decades. You've only got to look at some interviews and they talk about reducing the population by millions. And I think it's all coming to a head and this is what we're going to be doing. So my advice, the people need to go and disable this technology. It's as simple as that. You know, you have a defence in law. If someone's trying to kill us, there's so much evidence now that they're removed any accountability and liability. The companies that are putting them up are fraudulent. Okay, they can't legally and lawfully act in any way if they're a fraudulently registered company. That means they can't take anyone to court. You know, there's so much evidence now.
Gary, is no one's liable because it's a corrupt company in the first place. So who's liable?
Exactly.
So the invisible man caused it then. Do you understand what I mean? This is the predicament we're in, but we can prove it with my evidence alone because it's connected to the birth certificate first, and then it's also connected to other things. So we're getting it from all angles, you know, in the air, in the water, we're being poisoned, we're paying for our own poisons, and we're paying for our own healing, of our own...
demise.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, we do. You're right. You're right.
And this has been pre-planned because for this point, a pivotal point for humanity, for the planet, that was supposed to be in an ascension process. So what they're going to do, shock us into ascension. But then when they shock us into ascension and we're awake and we're telling truth, they're telling us to shut up and giving us gagging orders, as Ranky said.
Yeah.
So what do they want? What do they want?
Go on, Gary. I'll let you finish first, sir.
Sorry, I was just going to quickly say, you know, we need to remember that there is, I'm going to say evil, okay, you may not be religious, we have an evil front attacking humanity. It's as simple as that. It's just good versus evil. And unfortunately, the people that are governing our nations are being driven by an evil, whatever you want to call it, guide, something guiding them. Yeah. Everything we're talking about is just the opposite of good, isn't it? Even ICNIRP, okay, which is, I can't remember the actual what it stands for, but it's to do with it's the organisation that actually monitors the radiation guidelines, shall we say. They're part of this fraud. I've got a document. I'm going to be publicising it probably tomorrow or today. Even ICNIRP is part of this system of fraud. That's the organisation that should be monitoring the actual, you know, the effects and the radiation levels on people to keep it safe. They're part of this. Yeah,
and the corporations, obviously, and all these private corporations. So there's a lot involved. But I mean, the more they even come on the show and they need to realise, I don't know whether who's aware of what, you know. I'm hoping it's not but it is quite bad, the people that are involved in it, and it's been going on for a while. But we're fighting for our souls here, so everybody needs to be aware of that, and the decisions we make now predict the future. And it's, you know, at this point, it's open to all, it's source. You know, you can't get any, you know, if you're committing these kind of offence, you're not going to escape this matrix, you'll be wiped out. Do they not realise that?
Well, Alison, let me just add on, because you mentioned about gagging orders. So, you know, through the experience of the last 4 years, what I've seen with my own eyes, obviously with this system itself, it's a system that's designed to target women and children, and women that have been speaking up for the fraudulent crimes of the system are being gagged. There's more women.
What's even worse there, Andy, I've heard of a few people that are scholars or that are exposing the corruption within the doctors and, you know, professionals that are exposing what's going on. They're also getting arrested on counter-terrorism acts and whatever else. So anything's possible.
This is very true, but the way to deal with this, to what I see, is the public needs to wake up. The more public wakes up, it's game over. It's already game over. Yeah. The jig is up, you see. So, for example, I just, before I go on, I just want to remind the mods, you know, anybody that wants to have conversations in the text is fine. I'm not looking for fame or nothing like that. I'm not looking for followers. If you be rude or disrespectful, you'll only get muted and blocked. Okay? I just want to keep clear, because I want people who actually care. I want people who actually find concerns with what we talk about. That includes the police, MI5, whatever you want to call them. It's open and transparent for anybody to get involved. Okay? I just want to keep it simple. But no, you're 100% right, the user here, because there's so many women that are being gagged. It's just unbelievable. And yet, if you look at the system today, we have issues where PO rings, for example, or PO people who are doing these heinous crimes are getting suspended sentences. Now, you work that out. How does that tally up? That's because the system is running and operating fraudulently. But sister, hang on for a second. I just want to get Buzz in there because he has just been waiting a few minutes. Buzz, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear. Did you have a comment or a question for...
Yeah, I don't know if Gary remembers when I was telling him about my NDA that I've got through the government that's not allowing me to speak up properly on the 5G.
Okay.
I have now found a study that you might want to look at, Gary.
Okay.
It's the Advanced Digital Health and Open Science. It's from South Korea and Japan that have put this study together. The headline of it is the implications of using digital technologies in the management of COVID-19. Comparative studies of Japan and South Korea. Now, this is quite a long document, this. Now, they've now took blood samples of people that have that lined up and took this vaccine. The nanostructures that are now being created inside people's bodies are looking like 5G towers, and they're also replicating the 5G waves. So the signals that the 5G produce, that's what's happening with. So I'm trying to be careful with what I say, because obviously I've got till the 3rd of February before I can actually speak out properly. This is what makes me believe what you're saying, how this is so imminent that this is going to happen, because why would they gag me till that date?
Yes.
You know what I mean?
It is imminent. You know, they're pooling pensions over this. And I don't want to scare anybody, okay? I really don't want to scare anybody, but they're pooling pension funds. So you can imagine what that means in the event of something huge against the people.
If you want to get someone to look at this, if you've got anybody with a bit of nous with medical, a barrister with medical backgrounds, because the study is from the Journal of Medical Research.org. So it's JMIR.org. And the one you're looking for, it was published on the 6th of the 6th, 2023. And it's volume 25. And mate, I am telling you now, these vaccines that they've been pushing out to people are literally going to create, I think we spoke about it last time, how I was saying how everybody's so angry with everybody and everybody's arguing. It's basically unlocking the rage gene in people.
Absolutely. That's something I was going to come on to actually at some point this evening. We need to talk about that.
Just give me 1 second then, Buzz. I know I've had a couple of comments on here, something to do with social services. Anybody that wants to see evidence on Wednesday, if you could remember those that were on, I released some evidence, which I've already released, but we're drip feeding everybody now. You know, when we're talking about concerns of this kind of crimes taking place that gets covered up by this corporate company, I have been releasing that. So if you want evidence, if you have a look at this person here, All Is Mine, or contact us, or even Brit UK, we will present you evidence to show the social worker. Okay, and more importantly, if they've got an issue, I mean, this doesn't have to be in one town and city. You could pull any town now, and I'll have people and with their cases within that town that we could present and show that they're liars, criminal storytellers, and how it works, okay? So it's about, information is power. I want to make that clear. So, sorry, Gary, because I did went off that topic a little bit. Gary, did you want to add on anything to Buzz before I move on?
Yeah, no, well, I just want to say, actually, because this is something I was going to bring up tonight, it's very clear in my mind that what we're seeing is the World War III part of the Albert Pike document. Okay, and I know I sent that to you today, Rangi. This is a very important document for people to look at and understand, and I suspect this is an authentic document that was written by Albert Pike, who was a Freemason in 1871, to Mazzini, who was the head of the Illuminati in Italy. And it sets out the plan for the 3 world wars. And the third one is what we're seeing here. And it's all about creating conflict between the masses themselves to fight amongst themselves. Okay, it's very sinister, and it's headed by a Luciferian occult belief system. And I believe this ties into what you were talking about, Baz, because you're absolutely right. And if anyone hasn't heard of MK Ultra, I suggest you go and type in MK Ultra and go and have a look at Wikipedia. It seems to be a very real thing where our governments and the intelligence agencies have been involved in experimentation on the public, in their masses, through pharmaceuticals, subliminal messaging, and radiation. This includes through the televisions, but also through radiation. So obviously at the moment we're seeing all of the masks. That includes electromagnetic radiation, okay? And I think what they're doing is targeting specifically football fans, okay? And because there's a lot of football fans in the UK and sports fans across the world, there's evidence to suggest that they could be targeting these fans to create a conflict between other faith groups. Okay, I really believe this is happening. I believe this is why Tommy Robinson is involved. He's linked to the fraud via his previous name. I know I keep talking about this. Sorry if you've heard me talking about this. There was a march today, I believe, actually in London with Tommy Robinson. So I strongly believe that what they will be doing is directed energy towards the crowds, which ties into what Baz is saying, to allow the ability to affect their moods and their aggression, shall we say. And when you research MK Ultra, they were even trying to get people to carry out acts such as assassinations or suicides, going against what they would normally have done, using this form of, it is mind control, isn't it? But using the methods that I've talked about. So I believe this is very, very real. So any football fans listening to this, you need to be aware of this, because I think they're going to be using you to trigger a civil war very, very soon. You need to realise that the enemy is not any other faith groups, okay? It is this system and those that control it. You may not even realise what is happening to you and why you're actually being angry against certain groups of people. We need to unite all faiths, all cultures, all ethnicities. We need to unite around this before it is too late.
Yeah, Gary,
Right,
back to your point, just quickly. Sorry, Rangi, just quickly.
No, go on.
Now, people, when you do feel this anger coming on, the only way you can combat it is by walking away. That is the only way you can get out of it, is you've got to leave the situation. If you're angry at home, this is how they're going to do it. This leads back to the social services. If you get angry with your spouse, and they end up getting social services involved because somebody phones the police, a neighbour phones the police because they're shouting, social services will then come, get involved, and if you have children, they will take the children out of that situation. They will make the liars, storytellers, they will make themselves complicit in the actions to take your children away. And with the Tommy Robinson thing, did anyone not know that Tommy got himself locked up the day before his major march? That was another antagonistic way of trying to provoke this rage by the man that's created this march, going and handing himself into the police the day before, when Gary knows, as an ex-police officer, if you're wanted by the police, there is not an actual date that you have to hand yourself in. You can be wanted for months, years, or whatever. It's up to you if you want to hand yourself in, or it's up to the police to physically catch you. So this guy handed himself in to antagonise the crowds. Does that make sense, Gary?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
No, absolutely. Go on, Gary. Finish off.
Just quickly on this point, the company that Tommy Robinson is linked to, okay, is called the D&D Law Agency via his previous name. That links to the Freemasons and the police. Okay, so he's actually, there's overwhelming evidence to suggest he's working with the police in this.
Right. So I'm just going to add two things. One of the things I want to add on, Gary was mentioned about a letter about the faiths, about the Third World War and how they want us to fight with each other. That letter, I will be making it available on the website. You'll be able to get onto it on a PDF file and download it. Okay, exactly the same as the concerns that I've showed you about social services. And this is just the start, because everything what Gary has with what I have and everybody else has regarding the safety and security of our women, children, and our nation, we are going to start presenting that, so you can just go on and download it. So if anybody wants it beforehand, before it gets up there, just contact either one of the mods or myself. We'll make it available, because information is power. That'll give you the strength to move forward, especially anything with social services, because social services are always, no, it's not true, it's not true. No, everything is true. And Baz, it's liars, criminals, and storytellers. Okay? Because I know how the system is actually working. So I just want to say, anybody who wanted to get in the box, feel free to put the request in so I can get you in the box. If you've got a question that is just want to ask in the comments, by all means. Danny Dyers, I've sent you the request twice. I don't know why it's not letting you come up, or you need to request to get yourself up. So I'm just going to go back to me, myself, and I.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you loud and clear.
Hi. I'm just here for unity, and I want us to get together to be able to bring this forward to the people that are still asleep. And user, is that Starseed? Old Starseed, isn't it? I've contacted you a couple of times and I give you my number and I still haven't heard nothing from you. Now you seem like you're very, very woke. So why aren't we connected yet? That's all I want to know.
Hello, hi, yeah. I got my TikTok taken down, didn't I? So the last two TikToks I haven't been able to join, and I was just about to text you and I took my TikTok down. Gary knows about it. Two of them, so I've had to open this new one up. Because the information obviously is what Gary's, I'm sharing Gary's information as well. Do you know what I mean? So
Okay.
yeah, also contact me again or send me an inbox, because I do want to help.
All right, I'll send you my number again.
And it's imperative we do this now. It's like, now I want to talk. It's like, luckily I've got back on tonight, because I've managed over the last couple of days to get a few followers. And a few little lucky things have happened here and there. So I'm just staying positive, guys, and we can do this, but we need to get rid of this whole system.
We really do, definitely.
Because and I want to be able to, so maybe you can help me. I feel like you'd be good to help. Well, a few of you would that are on here anyway. So for anyone that's listening, feel free just to send me a message, and then make sure because I've had a few weirdos as well. Actually, I've had to block a few people.
Yeah, you're
as
going to
well.
get that, Starseed. You're going to get that. But listen, I've dropped you to follow as well, because it's very, very, very important that everybody starts connecting in the UK. You're going to get
we
a lot
stick
of people.
together, of course,
Yeah.
especially now when this is imperative that we get this stopped. Like Gary said, it's
No,
it's like
100%.
we're just cooking here at the moment, or waiting to cook. And
Well,
all
this is the thing. If we don't deal with this, cooking is one thing, then this all is going to continue. These old crimes are going to continue, and these are just going to keep making money
That's me,
off slavery.
Grace, the children.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So it's very, very important that people do connect, but you got to be careful, because over the last few years, there are, you would say,
I think-
trolls or people under the flag of safeguarding and child protection. They'll try to mislead you.
Always milk me.
Put this on for me.
Yeah, bless. It's like, yeah, so no, that's very, very important, that is, and I want to emphasize that again. But everybody needs to come together. And if for those, for example, anybody that's new on, if you've got anything to do with safeguarding, child protection, or you find any concerns with what we're talking about, and you feel like you want to have an input, you want to help and support, perfect. Just get in touch, because at the end of the day, we need your help. All of us need, but it's all about networking. If you're in London, it doesn't matter which town and city you are for me. It doesn't matter because this what Gary's talking about, what I'm talking about, with social services or the 5G or the monitoring side, it's happening everywhere.
Also, Rangi, today I think is it Martin Lewis, he does the financial thing. He's coming out about also, it's all, everything, right up and down the board, the DVLA, all of it. We shouldn't be paying taxes. We're paying for his own kids getting stolen, and there's trafficking, and they just try to keep it hidden.
No, well, they can't. That's why. Just mute yourself for a second, because I'm going to go to the next person as well. But one thing they can't do anymore is cover it up no more. You would say on the street, the jig is up, the game over. It's out. People are awake. The evidence is there to back our actions up with fact findings, not crap findings. So let me just go straight to, Neo Anderson?
Good evening, everyone.
Good
I just want to say this.
man.
I just want to say this sort of clearly so that everyone can hear. These entities that are in charge of our world have already lost the war. They're just trying to take as many people as they can with them as they go. Okay? We've got this. We just need to actually pull together and stick together and get it done. It's a done deal. These people know that they've lost. They know. Any police listening, anyone involved in anything to do with the system, you know it's up. We know that you know it's up. You know, that's all I want to say, Rangi. Sorry.
No, thank you very much for saying that. And on that note, because it's for the attention of them, is the reason why I mentioned this at the beginning, for the authorities, anybody who's part of that system, because we know it's not all of you, but you know it's happening. And if for those who don't know it's happening, come forward, let's show you the information. You know, there's a saying in England, curiosity killed the cat. So if you're curious, it's no problem. Make your way down, because I'm very, very good at slaughtering the cats for you. Put you out your misery with fact findings, not crap findings. Okay? Because this is a national crisis. Well, actually, it's an international crisis, but we've got to deal with things from home here. Even though we do have people throughout the world now linking up together, waking up together to stand up for the heinous crimes that actually have been happening. Gary, I just want you to just add on with what Neo was just mentioning there, young man, please. And actually, Gary, I'm just going to go for one of these as well, if you don't mind.
Go for it. Go for it.
Just before you start, the mods, can you please support Gary in the meantime, just in case, because I'm not here now. Give me a few minutes. I'll be back, Gary, mate.
No worries. Hi, Neo.
Hi, mate.
Hello, mate.
How you doing?
Hi, mate. Yeah, good, thank you. Yeah, absolutely concur what you're saying. We are literally on the brink of a completely new era. I'm still incredibly hopeful. I mean, you know, everything I'm saying sounds horrendous, but I wouldn't be doing what I'm doing unless I really felt there was hope that this is going to end well for everybody. But we do need, you know, we need the people to wake up. And I actually think we're very, very close to a huge, massive, drastic change, which is why I'm pushing for certain things by the masses. And one of those things is, obviously, with the withhold of all tax contributions, we can't pay legally now, okay, because we're aiding and abetting this criminal system and the murder, abuse and torture of children and our own demise, okay, this is all criminal, so you can't actually pay into it anymore lawfully as well as morally, okay, and I even put that in my email to the members of parliament, the last one, and the police. But also I'm calling for, which I think will be the thing that will actually break this for good, an international strike, a sustained international strike on the 8th of November. Now, I know a lot of people are worried about doing that, but I think that will be the thing that actually is the tipping point for all of this, providing we've got some conditional measures that we want imposed to use that strike as leverage to do so. So that's why I've done a strategic document and publicised that strike. I will be emailing all MPs in relation to that with that proposal. Of course, it's all down to how many people are going to do it. It may be that not enough people do it. But I think something like that is what we need to just tip this into the the compelling, the new era that we really need of truth, transparency and trust. Because at the moment, and for a very long time, it's just been deception, lies, exploitation, abuse and victimization towards the most innocent of all our children. So it can't go on 100%. It can't go on as it is. And I think their silence, from all of my evidence, says they know that. And I think what you've said, Neo, is absolutely right. They know it's over. And I think they're trying to grab as much money as they can with all these increases in taxes whilst they can, and potentially take a few people with them as well along the way. So, yes. Neo, is there anything else you wanted to say, mate?
No, I just totally agree with everything you just said, Gary. It's definitely happening. That is what is happening. I don't want to say, I don't want to get into too spiritual, don't want to put anyone off or anything. I know
it is spiritual. It is spiritual.
I know that I'm not of this earth, okay? I know where I came from. I know what my mission is, and I know that we're going to succeed. So this is just a time in between to get people to realise that we've actually won, okay? There's got to be no fear. Even the feelings that people are feeling through them, okay? If you feel like an energy weapon is being used on you, just know that these are the entities and round people of light that have come from the other realm to help humanity at this crucial point. They have no power against us at all. We are too powerful for them. So I just want everyone to know their true power and stand in their true power, and we'll get this done. It's not a problem.
Can I interject here a little bit, please? Yeah, brilliant. You mentioned about a tax strike, and that's kind of funny because what I did 4 years ago, I actually sent a letter to my local government explaining that the actions that they were taking against us were unlawful, had no basis in science or whatever. And what I was doing, because under the UN Charter, it's actually illegal to fund wars, and while we're engaged in illegal warfare and all this money laundering operation that's going on around the world, that I would be withholding my tax. No, in the form of council tax. I then did another legal process with them because they completely ignored me there, even though I was in the middle of a dispute, where I sent a series of letters to them, which they completely ignored them as well. They keep on pushing forwards, trying to basically hold me liable for something while I'm in the middle of a dispute with them. Now, I'm at the point of being able to take this to court if I can get it into court in a way that's not going to compromise the greater good. Do you know, because I want to use this as a means to an end, or as part of the means to an end. And I think it might be worth me sharing everything that I sent to them with you, so you can actually go over and see where I'm actually sat with it, if you know what I mean, Gary.
100%. Yeah, I mean, we're on WhatsApp together, so we'll definitely be communicating 100%.
Yeah, brilliant. Because it would be great to get your advice on how to best move forwards with this. Because I only actually ended up contacting a barrister because it was going over the heads of solicitors. Because I was getting ping-ponged from criminal solicitors to civil solicitors, both of them saying that it's not in their jurisdiction. So I was like, well, whose jurisdiction is this actually sat in then? So I ended up just going and ended up speaking to a barrister because of not really knowing how to push forwards with this, if you know what I mean. So any advice and guidance will be, great. And I'll get some stuff sent over to you over the next couple of days. And it'd be brilliant to get some advice from you, please, mate.
No worries, Stephen. I mean, just quickly on that point, and we have mentioned this a few times, this whole thing is so centralised, it is unbelievable. So what you'll find is that the solicitors are all connected, into a centralised system. And sometimes you have to do a bit of digging, but you'll find through Companies House. So, for example, there's a company I've come across recently in relation to my Julian Assange evidence, and it links to Somerset Constabulary. The police, obviously. You go in there and then it goes to the superintendent's company, which is quite a high up rank, obviously, within the police. Within that, you've got just loads and loads of solicitors, all linked. So they're all financially and legally connected, and it's a centralised system. So anything that gets close to exposing this, the real problem in everything that we're talking about, they won't get involved. They'll shut it down because they want to protect the system that they're part of. And even the solicitors, unfortunately, you will find pretty much all of them are linked to this system of fraud, to a fraudulent entity company. I'm pretty much, I don't think there's one solicitor I haven't found that isn't linked to this fraud. In fact, the whole legal system appears to have been set up around this fraud from the first place. When Companies House was created in 1844, it appears as though they based the whole legal system around it. Even all citizens' advice bureaus are linked to it, which is the first point of call, isn't it, for most people for legal advice. So I'm finding they're part of the fraud. So this is what we're facing, unfortunately. And as I was with the obvious blatant crime that I had in front of me months ago, it was either the Serious Fraud Office or the Independent Office for Police Conduct. Instead of dealing with it, it was the Serious Fraud Office. So it was clearly serious fraud, okay? The bank's producing forged bank documents. It was overwhelming evidence, and there was quite a lot of other stuff as well. And they turned around and said, Gary, we suggest you go and speak to a panel of legal solicitors. And I realised at that point, okay, the legal system's corrupted by this, because there was a crime that they should have dealt with. It was serious fraud, and they weren't. I then later went on and found out that the head of the Serious Fraud Office, Lisa Osofsky, was linked to the international government fraud through Companies House as well.
But Steve, I'm just going to mention one thing for you. I actually do have a barrister that is speaking up, but he'll give us all the information, because with the bar side of it, there's some complications, but he does give the right information for that. We have a regular meeting every fortnight on a Zoom separate. This is not for public, because we're going to safeguard and protect him as well, because we can't let him go public for him to target. So it might be something that maybe I could get you on that link as well, so you could actually ask him direct questions and hopefully get the right answers from him as well. Hopefully,
this is why they created the bar. This is exactly why they created the bar system.
Yeah.
So they can actually, they call it disbarring or debarring them, and it basically discredits that person. It makes that person out to be some sort of fraudulent entity, a fraudulent liar in their system of fraud. So,
well, you're right there, Bad, but this is what I'm saying. The person is still giving us the right information, or the loopholes, shall we say, okay, to do the right way. It's just that on certain levels, he doesn't get involved, but he does give us the information and the guidance and the right documents to put in and to the right place for them to take the action. Otherwise, you could hold them all accountable for it. So it's just another link there that I'm just mentioning, and this particular person is available for campaigners. It's not for the public, because obviously it's all about safeguarding anybody who's speaking up. We need to protect them as well, because we don't have enough of them. But like Gary said, most of them are under the bar. They're not going to do anything, and they're too busy, want to keep hold of their jobs, and we get caught up in that, and they're not going to help and support anyway. I've just got Always Minded. Can you just unmute yourself, please? Maybe you want to ask a question or something?
No, I didn't. I thought someone else has put me up here. I didn't have anything to say. But while I'm here, my comments are being blocked. So I don't know whether it's TikTok doing it or who's doing it. I've got screenshots of my comments, so Rangi, I'll show them to you like via WhatsApp. But there can be, some people can be commenting and they're not being seen because someone is blocking them. So I just wanted to say that while I'm here.
Okay, well, I'll deal with that. Actually, I'll deal with that right now as well, because I'll reduce the people in the mods just in case.
Yeah, I would literally just keep a couple of people that are going to stay on being mods and just do a couple of people at a time, because there is definitely leaks in this bucket, definitely.
Right, yeah, what I suggest you do, mate, is demod everybody.
Yeah.
And then when you fire a live up every time, I know it's a pain in the arse, but the people that you trust that are going to be in the live, make 2 of them mods every time. And that way, we'll stay on top of these people that, like you say, there's a hole in my bucket.
Yeah,
Let's
definitely.
stop
I agree. It does. There are people working against us, but they are wolves in sheep's clothing. They are acting as if they are us, and they are not. They are here to divide, and they are here to stop the real people talking out.
Yeah, I'll sort that out, and that'll be sorted because I've actually took a half a dozen off earlier on today, just with what took place on Wednesday. So if somebody is doing some silly ass things, or it could be obviously TikTok himself.
It could be TikTok. It could be.
It could be, you know what I mean?
I spoke to you, Rangi, a few weeks ago on Britpike's Live. This is how we met. And I talked to you about my friend that does a lot for Children's Hospital in Sheffield. I've spoke to him about getting involved, getting you some sort of web support, tech support. He's happy to, but he's a bit dubious about his company getting exposed, as he's a bit, if they want to come after it, he's a multimillionaire, his company's quite big, and he's absolutely petrified of losing all this wealth and what stuff that he's created for his family. So I don't know how we can go about this, mate.
There is we'll chat with him. Just tell him we'll have a little chat offline so people don't get to know who he is.
Yeah.
So on that particular note, with the sites in general, what I am doing already, just in process, where we're going to eventually shift directly, we're going to shift directly to the website. Because the website live, they're not going to be able to hack in or get into it, okay? And you can't block it because we own and control it and host it. So they're not going to be able to do nothing about it. At the moment, if you can't get on there and register yourself on it, so when the time comes, you'll be able to get straight on it. That doesn't mean TikTok's going to lose out. It means TikTok, Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, Telegram, they'll all be linked, but if there's ever an issue that they try to block it, they're not going to be able to block that, okay? So that'll be made available for every campaigners, including the ones from America, because we need to move forward with it, because safety and security of our children is paramount, and I don't really care about the grown-ups. The grown-ups could defend themselves, and I'm talking about the grown-ups within the authorities. So when we do safeguarding, it's only to do with victims and the children, okay? When it comes to the grown-ups, so you see, this is the reason why Wednesday I actually released some evidence drip feed in here now, what was buried within cases, and then I'll show you about liars, criminal storytellers, the kind of information and how they control the judges. Then I'm going to be starting to release everybody's name. Everybody's name, it doesn't matter who it is, they're all grown-ups. They shouldn't have been liars, criminal storytellers, should they have? And then they could try to do something about it, maybe try to say that I'm slandering, but I'm not slandering, because I'll be able to give everybody the evidence while I'm releasing their names. And if anybody's got an issue with social services and you think they're telling the truth, with everything that I'm talking about, they've actually framed or blamed the judges. So if they're telling the truth, that means all our judges are liars, criminal storytellers. So make your mind up which way you want to go with this. But either way, it is game over. Let me just go straight back to the bottom as well, just in case if Neo's got another input or even a question. Neo?
No, I'm all good, Rangi. I just want to say that, every barrister gives an oath to the bar, and that comes before their client. I just want to say that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And the more involved they are in the Freemasonry, the higher that oath is, and the more they risk to lose. So they're all scared, No one's got to be scared. Stand in the power. No one's got to be scared. These people, these entities can't touch us, honestly.
No, I agree with you. I did have somebody new in there. She just disappeared. And I can see, obviously, people getting muted. Look, everybody out the public, if you could just be respectful in the comments, you won't get muted and blocked. This is all about information. You should actually, most people should be actually saying, hey, show us the information, show us the evidence. This is about fact findings, not crap findings. And if you want to mess about, you probably came on the wrong live. There's a show on somebody else's live. We don't do a show. Sorry, Neo, you were just about to say something there when I started there.
Oh, that's all right. Yeah, I've just been phased out, actually. I've forgotten what I was going to say. Oh yeah, Gary's Telegram channel. There's somebody on there posing to be Gary and talking to people as if he is Gary. Okay, so I just want to make everyone aware of that. You need to probably do a voice message with Gary to confirm that you're actually talking to him if you've got any doubts at all in what's being said, because there's infiltrators throughout the whole lot. Obviously on here as well, you know. But we'll see each other. We all know who's who, really. You know, they just don't think we know. I know. Okay.
Well, Neo, one thing I just want to add on for everybody, you know, anybody who actually starts speaking up, what will actually happen, they'll get slandered, slated, they'll start manufacturing things against them, portraying them in a bad light. This is just normal. Comes with the crap that goes along, okay? And everybody who's actually doing that is actually all for abuse. So remember that. Right. So if they're doing that, they're part of the abusers, okay? Or they either the family member is, or they are themselves, or they're covering up for a colleague. They're part of the child abuse scandal, or the issues of the kind of topics that Gary's been talking about. So try not to waste your time with them. If you've got any questions, just ask Gary him directly, ask me directly, and let's just move forward, because at the end of the day, we're not going to stop. And the good thing is, we're not going to be stopping. I mean, the good thing is my TikTok is a little bit protected, and I'm not going out to the remits as well. But I'm actually sharing the evidence for everybody to have. Did anybody else, actually, before anybody else, Gary, did you want to have an input or anything else before, if anybody's got any questions?
Yeah, just to confirm what Neo said, that is absolutely right. They've hacked my Telegram account. I've had various people claiming that they've had messages from me when it's not. We need to understand that all, and this ties into some other comments earlier, that all of the social media platforms are compromised by this system of fraud. Okay, for example, Telegram, when you look on Companies House, goes back to a company called Vistra in the Virgin Islands. Vistra is linked to my company. Okay, so when you search Vistra Limited on Companies House, its previous names are Jordan's and Jordan's and Sons. The company that I was part of, Export Manor Freehold Limited, when you go and look at it, you'll see on the incorporation document Jordan's Limited. So that's linked to all of this, okay, because of the intelligence connections to it. So yeah, it's completely monitored. All platforms are completely compromised. All emailing companies, all messaging companies, they're all linked to this fraud, including TikTok. I've got the evidence.
Okay, now just for the couple of people in the comments, I think there's an Amy there as well. If you want to get yourself in the box, you could actually ask him directly anything you wanted to ask. But I have discussed with Gary, so one of the things that I am looking to do, because we understand what's been happening, is try to actually get him on the website. So he'll actually have his own section on the website, so you'll be able to deal with him directly on that side, okay? Because that side can't be tampered with, okay? So
Can I just say, Rangi?
Yeah, go on, Gary.
I was supposed to have said during that last bit as well, we need to understand this is worth trillions of pounds through the taxation system, okay? So they've got every angle, well, they thought they had every angle covered. So we're all being victimised through the taxation system because of this system of fraud, and the banks coming in to falsify these illegal entities' accounts, which means we're then paying more tax than we should be, because that money is going through into offshore accounts, paying for their holiday cruises, their property, their child abuse, their adrenochrome, okay, using our taxes, as well as the threat towards us and removing millions of us through their directed energy. So it's full control. They thought they had full control, but certain people like Rangi and I are coming together and hopefully going to make a huge difference in this.
Well, actually, just on that point, this is something that I've been working very, very hard. And Gary's also fully on board with this. Now, the way things have not turned out well for the others is the fact that we're bringing every colour, creed, religion into the equation, that we are now coming together to stand together against the tyrants. Because what they've been doing is dividing and conquering. What we've now started to do is the complete opposite. We're now uniting. Because we're not, because for Gary, myself, and everybody, every single person here today, all know that these kind of heinous crimes are wrong, including obviously the other topics that we're talking about, that leads down to our children and the future of our children. And we're just coming on that common platform that we are going to stand together now. Okay, so there are minorities up and down the country, for example, or internationally, who are the perpetrator side of it. Don't worry, we're not worried about them. It's the masses that are actually awakening and are coming together. I just wanted to add that just so people don't think that the people aren't coming together, because they are. I'm just going to get, because the queue's getting big over here, I keep trying to get them into the boxes as quick as I can. So, you know, if there's any questions you want to ask Gary or myself, please feel free to get in the box or ask it in the boxes, in the comments. I'm sure one of the moderators will pick the question up and we'll take it from there. If I could just go to the empath.
Hi, yeah, again, nice to hear from everybody. I'm low key at the moment because the BS is coming on my case. I just want to say well done, Gary, and you, as everybody as always, because obviously this has been going on more in depth since 1940s, MK Ultra project. So what the end game is with the technology, one needs to know we're talking about that before. Every country, it links back to Israel intelligence. Well done for uncovering Gary on the Telegram or the hacking. It's all part of the military intelligence as well. So, you know, when I used to meet years ago, these people, before I know what I know, is he's intelligence connected. And that was late 90s, explained how the internet was brought into England, the location. I might get an echo, so everything's monitored on the phones and everything I've got. So no matter what device you're using, internet or whatever, just always keep copies offline, journaling, things like that, people, because once you realise why and how sort of thing, even if you've got the old-fashioned tape recorders, you know, like don't rely on digital things. Go back to the old school. Get yourself prepared, especially watch out for, you know, next few days and weeks, because the election's going to have a big impact on what you're doing, communication, finance, business. But yeah, really, just be careful, because the setups of the targeting, once you're doing all this, will come subtly, and suddenly everything comes all at once. You wouldn't know which way to go if you don't have your discernment about you. And they're sick, perverted people. Why they need the kids and what, you know, what I witnessed a long time ago. And the key players are orchestrated. They could be your neighbours using the houses for things. Even could be connected into sub lodges. And once you know how the Freemasonry was infiltrated by the Illuminati, the ancient history here we are to date, like you say, coming together, humanity's sake, really, isn't it? And it's not just the kids, you got the elderly, disabled, everybody walk life, really, who's got a decency about them, to try and realise that people like me around the world, we've been trying to speak up for a long time, and we've just been labelled. But yeah, about the fear. Don't, you know, watch out for that one, the psychological tactic. But yeah, thank you. That's all I've got to say. And just keep
Empath, thank you very much. One thing I just want to say with what you mentioned, just to keep repeating it, there's only one race. It's called the human race. That's it. And we all need to come together, because all these crimes are going to continue. Everything that I mean, don't forget, there's so many topics now. And I want you to understand, every one of these topics that we've been discussing tonight leads back down to our children and their future. And this has to stop if our children are to have a future. So I just want to make that very clear. Gary, you want to unmute yourself? I think hang on, I'll unmute you. Oh no, I can't unmute yourself. You'll have to unmute yourself.
There you go. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear. Did you want to add on anything? You've muted yourself again. Just tap it once, because then you...
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you loud and clear now.
Okay. No, only to sort of re-emphasise what you're saying, really. We do need to unite. You know, I think we need a collective strategy. A lot of people don't know what to do about all of this. There'll be many, many groups around, not just the UK, but the world, that are seeing, I mean, it's quite blatant, the corruption that we're now seeing. It's in our faces pretty much every day. We need to really unite on this, and we need a collective strategy. And a lot of people are saying it's too big, we can't do anything about it. Yes, we can. Yes, we can. There are more of us that are innocent in this than those involved, and therefore we have a chance to turn this around, and I absolutely believe that's going to happen. I'm pushing for an international strike on the 8th of November. I really do hope people take part in that, because I think that will be something that will tip it over the edge into a new era and compel a change in the system for everybody's sake.
I totally agree with you. So when it comes to the international strike, it's something that I will be getting the information more of you. And what we're going to do is we're going to start advertising it so everybody knows what that strike is and what will it look like. Actually, Gary, let's just talk about this strike for a moment. What is this strike entail, and how is it going to look like for the public layman language to understand what we mean by it? I want you to speak a little bit on that just so they know.
Sure. Well, first of all, you know, we need to take something away from these people to try and compel a change. So protesting isn't going to do anything. Okay, it won't do anything. It will show solidarity, but it will also enable those people in these tourist locations striking to become vulnerable targets for the directed energy, which I think is what they're hoping is going to happen. They're hoping that crowds are going to form in one location so that they can then target them with these directed energy. So an international strike, I believe, would literally be just everyone downing their tools, refusing to work. Now, I know this is controversial, and I know a lot of people aren't going to agree with this, but we have children being murdered, abused and tortured. Okay, they're not listening to my evidence. I've been doing this since July 2022. Okay, I've made multiple police reports. You can go and see it. I've made complaints. I've emailed 650 members of parliament. They're ignoring it. So the only next option is to do something quite drastic. They're not going to want to lose the workforce that is actually driving their greed. Okay, they're exploiting us through that workforce. So I anticipate that a sustained strike with measures to compel, you know, in the background, to use that strike as leverage to compel those measures. Well, first of all, we need the truth. So one of the things I'm going to be calling for is, if you want to avoid this strike to the politicians, then you need to tell us the truth. And the truth is that you've been exploiting the public through the taxation system using this international government fraud, and you have been facilitating child neglect, abuse, and all the horrendous other things. Okay, we have to get that hard truth from them, no matter how hard that is, to know where we go from there. Once they've done that, then I will be happy that we can then, okay, they're telling the truth. Now, where do we go with it from here? What measures are they going to assist with implementing a transitional? We need a transition to some sort of system of transparency. So I've done, I think it's a 9-point conditional letter within my strategy document, where I think we need these things to happen. The very least those things, to initially move to a transition, a peaceful transition into a more long-term sustainable system of transparency. So in other words, I believe if we were to all down our tools, stop work and say, look, we'll go back to work as soon as you do this, then that may compel and trigger a change. They're not going to want that to happen. Okay. The other thing I'm suggesting is the withholding of taxes. Unfortunately, I think they've got so much money amassed from this fraud, okay, money that they've stolen from the public, that they will probably let that ride out for a very long time, because they've got so much money there. It's certainly not going to worry them, because they're all billionaires, aren't they? A lot of the people at the top of this. So, yeah, that is what I think we should do. I wouldn't normally have suggested something like this, because I understand how controversial it is, but I think we're on a critical time limit. When you look at the depopulation leaked report, when you look at the threats to mankind from all of this, the irrefutable evidence, the directed energy, and the fact that children, you know, we cannot allow children to be suffering like this. We have to pull out all the stops for the children, many of which have no voice. So we have to scream for these children, for them.
Yeah, no, definitely. So let me just get into a few comments there. Somebody's mentioned, can documents be used in the courts as part of fraud? Now, if you're talking about the social services and the corruption, the child abuse scandal, I think so, 100%. You can. And I think with what Gary's talking about, I think you can. I think, Gary, I'll let you answer that one. Can yours be used in the courts? Because I'm pretty much sure it can.
100%, 100%. I mean, the thing is, my documents are a template, so anybody can reproduce this evidence. So I'm not actually needed for any of it, because you can literally get my document, look at it, and you can then use that as a template for your own case. So, for example, if you have a solicitor that's trying to take you to court and you find out they're fraudulent, they're powerless. So all you need to do is present that and say, look, can you explain why you're not even registered lawfully? Okay, if they're not registered, this is what everyone needs to understand. This is brand new evidence in the history of it. We've never had this before. That means we're going into a new power for the people. This is completely new and puts the people, the masses, at a massive advantage in terms of turning this around. Because if a company isn't registered lawfully, it cannot act in any way. If they continue to try and act, then it becomes a crime. It becomes harassment. Anything that corporation does when it's not registered lawfully and fraudulently becomes unlawful. Now, this has huge implications, because you can imagine how many people have been imprisoned using corporations that are fraudulently registered. That means it's unlawful imprisonment, because of that corporation shouldn't have done anything that it had, whether it's a solicitor or whatever. It shouldn't have had anything to do with the case involving that person going to prison. And I do suspect this is why we're seeing a lot of prisoners being released. I know they're saying it's to make room for people that are saying things on social media, etc., etc. I think they actually know that if they continue to imprison these people, then it is unlawful imprisonment.
Absolutely. So let me move forward for a second. Empath, did you have any more questions? It just, I've got loads of people in the boxes. I'm just going to switch around. Did you have another question, Empath?
That was fine. You can drop me if you want. That's
I'm going to drop you. If you got another one, just feel free to put a request and I'll get you back in.
No
okay?
worries, darling. All right.
Right. So if I could just go to Grace for a second. Grace, can you mute yourself, please?
Hi, Rangi, one and all. Privileged to be on an enlightened discussion where there's no bad language and people shouting and screaming like the live last night that I had to leave after 2 seconds. Anyway.
Well, none of that is allowed on this live.
Yeah, thank you. Shouldn't be allowed on any live. But anyway, that's not the point. Rangi, I've one question. You mentioned you have a barrister friend. My children, as you know, I'm not going to go into the story. They've all been abducted 11 years ago. My eldest was 14 when she was abducted. She's now 25. She's a political lawyer working with a high-profile firm. Gary knows the name of the firm. They were involved with the Trade Center disaster. I'm wondering if by any chance I can ask a favour. I've been fighting for my kids forever and everyone else's kids, and I'm never going to stop fighting for reunification and their awakening. So since you have that connection, I'm just wondering in your own private time if you could drop a little seed into this barrister friend's ear, if you could contact her or something to try and drill a little hole of light into her brainwashed brain from the Freemason family that we've all been born into and groomed and corrupted. I got out and I paid the price very, very dearly to get out. I just don't want my kids to go through the same fate as I've had to endure. So if I can get them a wee bit younger, I'd be so grateful. And that's all. You don't have to reply to me right now. That's all I wanted to say. I'm going to knock off now and let other people speak. But again, I'm very grateful for all the work you are all doing, the camaraderie here, with no bullshit with faith groups and all this nonsense. We're just one human race, one love, one soul family, trying not only to save our children, but to save our planet from going bust into the cosmos. Because this is what's going to happen. And it'll have a galactic... I'm not even going to go that deep into it. But anyway, I'm very grateful, and that's all I want to ask. That's all I want to ask.
Like,
Thank you.
I'm gonna
I don't know who's laughing. I don't know who's laughing. Someone's always laughing at me. But anyway, that's okay. I'll take it on the chin. Glad I can make you all giggle.
I was just going to add something to that.
1 second, Baz. Grace, I'm going to drop here and I'm going to answer it, and you can hear it because you're echoing.
Okay, thank you.
Right, so before Bazzy, you get into that, you mentioned about the barrister. There is a separate meeting that we do have on a Zoom where public members who are genuine, who want to join, that want to ask any question, you can do so. It just, you don't get access, apart from obviously him visually or verbally, that he's actually there. So when the time comes, I'll find out when the next one is. And I'll let you know, and then you could join that group. Bazdi, you were going to add something on to that one, was you?
As that pleasant lady was saying just then, as she joined that live last night, and it was all shouting, and she could all... This is the rage gene that our mobile devices are transmitting to us through the 5G signaling networks. This is what they're doing. And this is what's causing a lot of arguments online. Yes, they might be saying the debate channels and the this channels and the that channels. It's nothing to do with the actual topic of the debate. It's just, it's the rage gene unlocking, because none of these people would speak to each other like they do on these lives if they was face to face. But because they're using the communication network and the 5G, it's unlocking that anger within them and allowing them to not be the person that they actually are in real human life. That's all I was adding to that.
No, that's brilliant. Thank you very much for adding that. Somebody mentioned about the Zooms there. It's complicated. The ones that we have, we just send you the link. All you got to do is just press the button and automatically you're on. So we're just making everything very, very simple, very, very easy for anybody and everybody to get involved. And then we can filter through that. If I could just actually, Gary, do you want to add on to anything with what was mentioned there before I go on to the next?
No, I mean, I'll emphasise what Baz says. They absolutely do have the ability to affect us through our phones. I've seen videos of people that I'm in contact with putting the radiation meters to their phones and comparing it a few weeks at a time. And because they're exposing stuff about all of this, the radiation is getting higher through their phones, and they can actually target specific individuals' phones to emit that radiation even more. But it's lovely tonight. None of us seem to be being affected too much. We're all very polite and calm, which is great.
Thank you. Can I just add on to what Gary's saying there? Be a bit more specific so the general public actually know what actually is being used. It's not just the phones. There is actual targeting on a target with microwave, actual repurposed medical equipment. So they do get targeted, and you will see the increase in numbers of terrorist attacks and stuff. They are not coincidence. They are by design. Using this technology, it is literally microwave sound. It's sound being sent through the microwaves and subsonic sound that you cannot hear. No one else can hear, but you transmit it. It gets demodulated in your brain, so you actually hear it. No one else hears it but you. They call it the voice of God. It is real. Like I say, Gary has uncovered evidence regarding this, and there's also other people working on this, but this is actually real and should be taken very seriously.
No, we know that, but listen, let me get to your question or a comment that you want to ask or say, because that's why I got you in the box. And the reason why somebody might be, hang on 1 second, the reason somebody might be saying that other people were waiting, well, this person has been trying to get on for the last hour and a half.
Yeah.
Okay, he's had to change your account.
Pass over, Angie. Just wanted to add on to what the last guy was saying, and then Gary, what Gary was actually saying.
Okay, is that what you wanted to add, yeah?
Yeah, I've got some more to say later. We'll crack on. Okay,
no worries. Let me just go straight to UK immigration next. Can you mute yourself first? Yeah. UK immigration, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you so much.
Did you have a question or a comment?
Why specifically just do you ask me every time to limit my question? Everyone else is talking freely.
UK immigration. I've been on a few hours. Every single person that's been on live, I've asked them the very same thing. Okay. You can ask them all. Okay, so it's not about you. This is how it works. So we know, is it a question or is it a comment? If we don't know what it is, we don't know what we're waiting for. So do you have a question or a comment, my lovely, please?
It's question and a little bit personal experience.
Okay, do one at a time. What's your question first?
Question?
Yeah, you said that you have got both.
I have to explain a little bit background before I ask question. Otherwise, you wouldn't understand.
Right, not too long.
Yes, very brief. Yeah, very brief. You know, these social workers, they are so much fraudulent and so much corrupt. I cannot even describe that. I cannot describe my personal experience, how evil, how much evil these persons could be, that recently they started my contact with my children. And they have stopped my contact for the 8 months, and then they've given the contact, and they upset my contact before, but I didn't understand that these were these evil people who initiated to restrict my contact. I thought there was another system error, but now I realized every time when my contact started, these are the social worker who manipulate the system through their abuse of knowledge, abuse of power. So recently what happened, they started, first of all, they sent my children far away from London to Birmingham, very far away, so that they can alienate my children from me. So the judge allowed them to send far away from me. I'm mother. So these are two little girls. One is 7 years, one is 10 years old. And my children did not attend school for 6 weeks' time. But social worker said, it is fine, no problem, they can homeschool. And eventually, I was put into a position where I was not allowed to talk or speak or my human right or freedom of expression. But for my children, I sacrificed and I stopped criticizing any unlawful thing. And they started giving me contact. The first contact when they gave me, it went very well. And the social worker was very upset. Why it went very well? What he did was, he sent police to because at the moment the children are placed with my husband. So he sent police in my husband's home, pretending that I sent police. And suddenly then my husband started saying that he did not want to go ahead with the contact anymore before he allowed for that contact. And when I heard that police went there through third party, I swear I said, I did not know, I have no involvement, I have no idea. And then it come to my, then I sent email to social worker. I said, why the police went there? And he said, how are you aware of this thing? It should not have come to your knowledge. I said, because I was receiving the blame that I sent the police. Anyway, in the end, I realized that these were the social services involvement. They said to the police that there's something welfare issues are going on in my husband's brother's home. So they sent police just to pretend that I sent the police. This is the first thing. And then I overcame that situation. And again, my contact was started, second contact today. And when I went to the contact center, they said social services did not book a contact center. I went there 4 hours to go there, 4 hours to come back, and it was very easy for them to get the funding, book the send me the confirmation, but did not book the center for the contact. It was I was so upset, so that they wanted me to get upset so that they can have some grounds to stop this contact altogether. My question is, these social workers are becoming so much evil persons now that I have never realized before, but now I'm experiencing that they create false grounds, they abuse their powers, they use CPS, even police services. Sometimes they lie to police services, sometimes police services believe them unlawfully or lawfully, whatever the situation. They got me arrested 10 times. They are using CPS, they are using family judges. So why social workers are becoming so much powerful that everyone believed them that they are innocent? They are not innocent, they are evil people. I don't know what's the question.
Yeah, well, this is, you see, you've given a lot of red letter hearings there, but overall, what you're looking at yourself, you had to go through the experience. It's something that I was saying 4 years ago, that the liars, criminal storytellers. Now, if you slowed yourself down, for example, and did one question at a time of your experience, it would have been a lot more easy. So you mentioned about right, do me a favor, any mods, nobody putting anybody in the boxes. Leave that to me, please, because you get stupid people coming in. So this is why I was saying, do you have a question or a comment? When you do
so my final question would be...
Second, how am I supposed to answer anything? You've already did me 6, 7 red letter hearings. Do you want the answers, or do you want to just give me another whole load?
Just a very specific question. Who is going to take first step to stop them so that they cannot victimize innocent people and innocent mothers?
Right. Well, I don't know who's going to take the first steps, but the first steps is what we're doing right now, which I've been doing since obviously 2020. We're exposing it, bringing it to the members of the public, waiting for them to deal with it. The MPs, councillors, mayors, nobody's doing nothing about it. Okay? So it's something that we are taking that step. You're obviously going through that phase right now. I was going through this in 2014, then 15, then 16, then 17. And there's people who have been going through it since 1970, 75s, 80s, in the 90s, and they're still going through it. So this is a part of obviously making public awareness and waking people up and making that stance is exactly what Gary's talking about, with us all coming together to stand together as a unit to make that change. And what is the change we're making? We want them to stop being run fraudulently. This is what that system is. This is what it's all about. To stop operating the way they are. Stop being liars, criminal storytellers. Gary, do you just want to add on to who's going to make the first step? Because that was the question.
Well, I'm trying to get us all to make the first step. You know, we need to... I can't do this by myself. There's no good just me stopping paying my taxes, for example. You know, we need the masses to collectively act at the same time. That's what's going to change this. It's absolutely essential. We can't rely on anyone from a government organisation because they're part of the system which is corrupt. So they're not going to be able to expose their own corrupt system, even if they wanted to, okay? Because someone above them will stop them from exposing it, because the people at the top are running the show. Okay, so, you know, we need to collectively act as soon as possible. I do urge everybody, if you haven't already done so, go and start forming community groups around this evidence, okay, and Rangi's evidence and other evidence that can be verified and corroborated, okay? It's not just people talking about this now. You've got documents proving everything. Go and knock on people's doors. Okay, have some coffee mornings, hire a village hall, go and talk about this. Get me to do a video conference call to all of you in this video hall so that we can talk about it and I can show you evidence and we can discuss it. We need people to understand, first of all, that there is a problem and how they're doing it. Now, we know how they're doing it. This is why this is so powerful. We know what they've been doing and how they've been doing it and the motive behind it all. Because there's always a motive in a crime, isn't there? There's always a motive in an action that is against moral, duty or obligation. This is that motive. This is the root cause of most of the world's problems. I am absolutely 100% certain about it, because we've got all of the governments connected to it. It's linked to all of our problems, the wars, the taxation system, the child trafficking, the sexual abuse, the pornography, degrading pornography, all of the stuff we're seeing. It's all linked to this. So we need to rise together.
Yes, and the police are...
Right, I muted you there. Can you let him finish first, please? Gary, sorry about that.
Yeah, so the police are involved in this, okay? Of course, not every police officer will be involved, but because it's a centralised system of fraud, the whole system is criminal, okay? I can't say this enough. I'm 100% certain that the system that is imposed on us all is criminal. It's criminal. We have criminals governing our nations, and we can't actually, what's the word I'm looking for? We can't submit, shall we say, or comply, that was it. We can't comply with a criminal system and criminal government. It's as simple as that, because it's criminal. Because what does criminality do? It creates victims. So there'll be victims as a result of this criminal system. Sorry, Ranky, go on.
No, absolutely. So, one thing I want to add on, particularly with social services, in 2020, when I broke silence, I'm offering and giving you the evidence that should give you the power to deal with your cases. Okay. Instead, what has actually happened, I've realized this over the last few years, same as the sister here, that you're going along with your own case. If I could show you the evidence that they lie is criminal storytellers, you could use it in your courts. But the longer you've left it, the longer they've been entrapping you. Because remember, social services, they deceive you in every way. If you do everything right, you're still going to be wrong. If you do something wrong by a mistake, you're still wrong. And if you do something wrong, you're wrong. Okay, there's no way out of it, because it's a criminal system. Their agenda is purely to steal your children. And that does not mean every social worker is a liar, criminal storyteller. That doesn't mean every, obviously, professional or MPs or councillors or the police is. But that's just the system, which I can show you. So another part of it, which I was also explaining about in 2020, is that they have a system designed where they could do a crime against you and your children, and you got to go through a complaint procedure, which is what I'm talking about here. That all these crimes take place, you contact 999, 101, Childline, NSPCC, MPs, councillors, CAFCAS, etc., 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 and no one comes to your aid. So I've been telling you this, and I'm giving you the evidence, and it's like a stuck record. Stop thinking of your own. You want evidence, come forward, we'll provide you the evidence. And more importantly, if you're a victim, the main thing I can tell you is document everything, record everything. This is legal and above board. Any meeting you have with them, whether it's your phone or some dictator or whatever it is, press it on record. You don't need the permission. Just record everything. Because whatever the meeting that you're going to have, by the time they've gone, they will change the information and they'll just manufacture a document just to, obviously, to follow their own narratives, just to make them concerns on you. This is how they manufacture concerns, manufacture crimes, manufacture documents. I'm giving you all the power to understand that. Okay, so I want you to understand that purely to learn what's going on. For those who aren't involved, who believe in safeguarding child protection, who believe in that these are all heinous crimes, believe in obviously this is some sort of a sick problem, and want to see how these cover up everything, well, come forward. Let me put you out of your misery, because this is what it's for. This is the reason why we're having a transparent conversation, a rational conversation. This is why we boot more people out of our life than anything else, because there's no need. We want to just keep it simple, provide the information. Now, somebody mentioned to me, I think it was on Wednesday as well, that is, where is it happening? You tell me which town and city you are, and I'll get the information from your town and city. But either way, this is the situation, what you're going through. I hope that helps. If I could user number 749. User 749.
Yeah, just as what you were just saying there. Obviously, I've received a letter today, which is a bit dubious. That I need to find out about myself. And they're wanting all my information. They want to home visit me for some reason, which is a bit dubious. But anyway, yeah, I don't really want to particularly have anybody come visit me because obviously they're not to be trusted by what's being exposed here. And it's like, or would this be an opportunity, do you think, maybe to expose this evidence when they do come out?
I'll tell you what will be good, which I've already have been doing for a number of other people. I've actually provided them evidence directly from myself. I've provided them evidence, and what's actually happened is the social worker will come in. They'll get them to sit down and everything, and they record everything as well. This is standard. You've got to record everything. And they say, listen, I just want to show you something. I'm a little bit concerned. Have a look at this document. You tell me if you find concerns on this document. And it was written by a professional. Okay, you don't need to go into which professional because it was actually part of the social services. And they'll read it and they'll say, yeah, this is really, really bad. This is what they'll say. This is criminal. Where's this from? Where is it happening? And the person then turned around and said, well, this is happening, and this was made by a social worker, and then it was covered up, and nobody came to the aid of this person. And I'm worrying how they've done to them. I'm worrying, please don't have a preconceived view of me or be biased in any way. I want some help and support. Could you help us? And this is what's actually happened. Okay, and usually they're very, very on their back feet at that point. They're like, okay, you know what I mean? It puts them on the back step a little bit because now they're seeing evidence. So this is the reason why I'm providing the evidence. You want perjury, you want manufacturing documents.
Well, what's worse is that they've created this criminal system. They're attacking the victims of this criminal system, and criminals are getting the criminals off. So,
well, this is the thing, you see, on this side it says victims being victimized.
Yeah.
But that's what we're talking about. Victims being victimized.
Exactly.
Yet this is not just from the authorities, this is also the public as well. Public is also, you know, we have evidence now where victims of, let's say, child sexual abuse are being victimized and it's being covered up by these lot here. Then the public is also victimizing them. And this is why it's so important the public need to wake up, because these victims are right throughout the land. They need help and support. We've actually came into a hypocrisy of the Western nation today in the United Kingdom, where we're talking about safeguarding and child protection. We're doing the complete opposite. And what they're doing is targeting them one by one. Even though I'm saying one by one, it's actually tens of thousands on a weekly basis throughout the whole country. Again and again and again. And this is why we were saying earlier on about gagging orders, where so many parents and victims are being gagged today. For what? Speaking up about somebody has either raped their child or raped them. Is this what we're here for now? Is this what we talk about? We are the leaders in safeguarding and child protection. This is what England goes and tells everybody else. We are the leaders. You're not the leaders of that. You're the leaders in child abuse scandals. You're the leader in child trafficking. You're the leaders in allowing paedophiles run Rome free throughout the lands, robbing, raping, stealing. This is what you're the leaders of, because you can't get a control of yourself, because the whole system is corrupt. And I hope people understand what I've just said there, and this is the evidence that we're showing. Gary, did you want to add on anything to what I've just said with the topic that was before I go on to the next one?
Sorry, Rangi, I've been trying to reply to some comments in the chat, so I haven't been listening. I do apologise.
No, that's all right, because I'm just going to keep moving forward. Julie, Julie, can I have you unmute yourself, please? Julie, please unmute yourself. And anything that I'm talking about, on Wednesday, we actually went through a document live on here. Since then, we've had 2 dozen people who have reached out and said, I want to have access to that document. And we have presented that document to them. And 100% unanimous decision came from them as well. How bad this is. And this is just the tip of the iceberg. Even though I've actually already have some of this information out, but people don't want to look for it. They want to be drip feeded. And so now I'm going to do is drip feed every single person to what is actually happening. Me, Julie, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Hey, did you have a question or a comment?
I've got a comment, right, with social services, because they are playing games with my daughter's needs. Because they're saying she can go somewhere and they're not. Now they're letting her down. So I've got a visit tomorrow with her and she's going to be disappointed and things like that because they're not listening to her feelings and stuff. And she's been asking, and she's been abused at some places where she's been and all that.
Okay.
So I don't know how to get out of it now. I'm meant to be in court after Christmas, but it's getting hard to get a solicitor.
Have you got it? So it's hard to get a solicitor. I mean, there's a lot of solicitors that are bent as and they're caught up in this.
That's what I mean.
Yeah, but there is some solicitors that I have reached out to, and more importantly, they've reached out to us. And we've had done a little bit of research, and the way I'm looking at it with solicitors, if they're working with the local authorities and they're on that list, you know, when you go to the local authorities and they get involved and they say, hey, here's the list, get yourself a solicitor. Well, everybody that they present on that list is part of the problem. So you need to find somebody that's independent.
Yeah.
Now,
I had one a few years ago, and I thought I knew I sacked him because I think he was working with social services, because he said to me, we'll do it next time we go to court. She got a haircut where she was at in support living, and she's been abused, and they've moved her to another place. And I'm saying, well, you're not doing what in court, and there was other things in the house. The carers, it was there, were letting her go in a room with another lad and his girlfriend smoking marijuana and things like that. And social services haven't done nothing about it.
No, well, social services aren't going to do nothing about it because they're not there for safeguard in that sense. I mean, I gave a live example the other day. I'll give you that again. There's a case right now. There's a case that's been going on for a few years. A family had 5 children taken off the family by preconceived views of their own. Okay, the eldest at the time was 15 years old. The youngest one was 4-year-old. During this journey, the 15-year-old is a girl. She has been sexually assaulted twice in the care. Nobody's done anything about it. The 9-year-old that was in the family, he's had his arm broken in 2 places while in the foster care. And they said it was an accident. The 4-year-old has had his finger broken or thumb broken. They said it was an accident. So hang on. When it's in their care, you could rob, rape, steal, break their arms. All these injuries could happen, but it's an accident. But when it's in our care, it's called abuse.
Yeah.
You see, it's hypocrisy. And this is deliberately happening, Ms. Julie. I hope you understand that. But I could get you, see, if anybody wants any clarity with all this information and these cases, don't be scared. Come forward. I'll present the live people, living people, breathing people. Live evidence, you know what I mean? Not just.
And I've got some evidence as well, and the solicitor, I gave it to the solicitor, and he didn't do nothing about it. He said, "Oh, we'll do it next time." So I've sacked him, and now I'm waiting for this other one to get all the documents off the other. But they are working with mental health because she's got a disability, got special needs. And she's been asking, and they're like, tomorrow she's been promised to go somewhere, and they're saying she can't go. She can go, but it's not my fault. The staff it's fetching her is they haven't got the staff, and I said I don't need the staff with them. I can do it myself. Done it for 25 years and all that, but she keeps saying I want to come home and all that, and they're not listening to her, like they say, her feelings. And that.
No, they're not gonna. They're not gonna bother. It's a disgrace, to be perfectly honest. It's an absolute disgrace. But we will get to the end of it at some point. It's a case of waking people up. But if you need a hand with a solicitor, but you said you've got a solicitor.
No, I'm going to get one. I did have one, but I sacked him. I do need help to get one.
What I could do is, if you go on the site, if you go to a section where it says contact us, raise the ticket, and on the subject say that you need a solicitor. And what I'll do is I'll arrange it to get a solicitor to contact you within 24 hours. It'll give you an hour in general to have a conversation with them to see how you feel, and obviously present your case itself and see where it goes with that. Will that help?
Yes, thank you. Thank you.
Okay, do that then, Jolie, yeah?
All right then, I will.
Okay, no problem. If I could go to Isaac next, which is at the bottom.
Yeah, just trying to find out what the sort of background behind this. So for a normal family, right, with kids, where there's no issues of abuse or whatever, how does that affect? I mean, I'm just new to your life, just trying to understand where it actually comes from and how many families this potentially is affecting. Because I'm, not aware of this happening in government as a first, and I've not heard of this type of issues in government.
Right. So what I can tell you is this: in general, there is cases that need intervention. Okay, so you're probably looking at about 5% of genuine cases. Then you have approximately 15% of cases where you need some intervention to help and support. So give you a live example, it could be a new parents, a young mother, a new mother, never had a child before, doesn't have no help and support, that they need a little bit of support. Okay, now then 15% exploited. Instead of helping them, they say, well, we don't think you're fit enough to have this child, we're just going to take your child. Instead of being there to help and support, they don't do that. And there's cases within that where they could get help and support from their mother or their aunties, because this is about support, because it's a new mother, a new parent. Okay, so they can get support, but they're told they can't get no help from nobody else, and they won't help. And 80% of the cases that are made up is based on future risk of emotional harm. So they say, we think in our crystal ball that in the future you could harm that child, and they then, from that point, they manufacture documents, manufacture concerns, manufacture crimes to steal them children. And this is from loving, caring families, including that 15% I was telling you about, because we understand it's a new parent. They've never had a child before. They need intervention. They need some help and support, which we have agencies that could actually do that. But when these get involved, they want to stop everything. And this is how it's affecting throughout the country. Now, I'm also talking about genuine cases, for example, where they need intervention, where children have been subjected to all these crimes. What happens to them? So there's two sides of it. People say, oh, they don't manufacture, get a grip. It does happen. We've got the evidence. Come talk about it. But let's talk about genuine cases where they should be helping and support. Well, I've got evidence where all these crimes have been taking place, with all this kind of carry on within that case, and this corporate company, instead of helping, supporting them victims, they then victimized by social services, and it's all covered up. So now you ask yourself, where does it fit into safeguarding and child protection?
Yeah. So I understand that 5% are effective. So what's the motivation around, this in terms of who is it benefiting? So I understand.
The benefit is all to do, apart from the extreme of robbing, raping, slaughter, put that to a side, there's also what's known as money incentive. Now, if you go on my TikTok, I'll give you live evidence, okay? So I'll just give you one example, which is on my TikTok, one example. You get a bonus. You got to hit a target. And when you hit that target, you get a bonus. So the only target I'm going to talk right now is about the adoption bonus that the social worker gets and the local authority gets, that gets shared. So for one child from a household, that social worker that gets involved, if they take that child on future risk of emotional harm, then they manufacture documents, concerns and crimes, and they keep that child and then they adopt it. For one child, it's over £30,000. 2 children, it gets higher. Up to 4 children, it's up to £90,000 bonus. And 5 children from the same household, it's what's known as, it's negotiable on an annual basis. Does that help you?
So for the foster carer, I know a couple of foster carers who are caring for 2 children who are professional people. Do they get money for housing 2 kids?
Yeah, well, they profit by it, even with the foster carers. They still profit by it because it's part of the agency. I haven't got the document for that, but the last time I spoke to one of the professionals, the local council on an average get, I think it's £7,000 a month, but they pay the foster carers, I think it's between £500 and £600 a week. So who pockets the rest?
Okay, so what you're saying is there's a tree of earnings as a result of a transition of a child from family to the government, so to say, right?
Absolutely. Look, just in Middlesbrough alone, it was in the articles not so long ago, it was in the documents, where taking a child in their care, they were getting, I think it was a range of £30,000 a week.
Yeah. So let's park money for the side, but the welfare of the child, I'm sure there's regulation, protection for that welfare of that child while in foster care or in the hands of the local council or government, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so as a human being, I have protection in terms of if I'm assaulted or if I'm injured, I've got the law to protect me, yeah?
Yeah.
Right? Yeah, which we know about. But for these children, how does that fit in terms of if a child is reporting allegations, etc., where's that mapped into UK law?
Well, I've just actually turned around and said, giving an example of children in foster care. So where is the protection? So I'll give you the example of a live case that's going on right now. And there's not one, there's probably hundreds, well, actually thousands, where a child's being raped. Okay, sexually assaulted. There's a child has his arms broken, or arm broken in 2 places. Who took responsibility? Nobody. Another child has had another injury. Nobody's taking responsibility. So it's a 2-tiering. So what happens with them? They don't mind, as long as it's in their care. So this is worrying now, because if you were there for safeguarding and child protection and allowing these things to take place and covering it up, well, what do you call that? You see, it's troubling. Ask the parents how they feel. More importantly, ask the children how they're suffering in silence, because they've, I get back to this again, they'll have called 999, 101, Childline, NSPCC, but nobody's coming forward.
Okay, so is that actually happening in terms of if the child reports this to the police in terms of 999, the standard sort of protocol of reporting, investigation should kick in, right?
Absolutely. So let me give you a live example and the reason why I'm doing it. Now, if you have a look at this, let me just bring it down a little bit just so the other people who are looking at it. On this side here, what happens when you break silence against these crimes? Every one of these crimes have been taken place and the parents or the children have contacted the police, 999, 101, Childline, NSPCC, CAFCA, schools, MPs, and more, but no one comes to their aid. And I think it's froze me there for a second. Just give me 1 second. Isaac, are you still there?
Yeah, still here, mate.
Right. So let me just go straight in there. So all these crimes have been happening, and you contact all these professionals and more, but no one comes to their aid. The reason why nobody comes to their aid is because of this side here. Because social services are liars, criminals, storytellers. They're inadequate. Now, you don't need to ask me. You could go to Ofsted reports. They tell you that they're inadequate in all areas and unfit for purpose. And they call themselves safeguarded and child protection. What kind of language is that? You see?
Yeah, but what I'm trying to understand is, you know, if there's an evidence, if we're focusing on factual information, right?
Yeah.
Let's say my child has gone into care, that child has been beaten up, right? There's physical marks on the body. That child has gone to the police to report. There's an investigation. You can see there's marks and bruises on the child. Why is that case that not progressed and managed in the normal way?
Well, that's easy. That you see, for me, it's very easy. Now, everything that I've just spoke to you about there, including victims of child sexual abuse, which will also then bring in the paedophile rings. This corporate company has covered them up. Why? Because they're inadequate to cover up their own failings and mistakes. They threw the children under the bus. And if you want evidence, I can show you that. It's just on public media, because this is why this is on, due to safeguarding child protection. I'm limited to what I can say or show on public media, but I can show you this. And this is what I do in general. If we were face to face, it'd be game over.
But I still can't get in my mind what I've explained to you in terms of, look, child has physically been abused, yeah? Bruises, blood, an incident has been reported. Why is that being dropped in terms of an investigation?
No, it's not being dropped. They just cover it up and nobody investigates it. And this is the reason why I'm speaking up, because it's been covered up. The police know about it. The MPs know about it. The councils know about it. But who's going to do something about it? Nobody.
Well, it should be the standard sort of protocol.
No, I totally agree with you, the standard protocol. So I'll give you another example. A couple of years ago, it was actually on the papers, it was in the news, that our authorities handed over 10,000 children to a child trafficking ring accidentally. Have you heard of this before?
No. That's a huge figure you're talking about, right?
Absolutely. Now, you want to see evidence relating to that?
Well, I can't relay that in my head. 10,000 accidentally being
now,
handed
hang on. Here's
over.
the thing. You can't relay that. That's one thing. In America, they lose on an average of 800,000 children a year that disappear from the land. They just disappears. And it goes a lot more, not as much as that, but we have a lot more than 10,000 here. But the article of what I've just said to you, it's on my TikTok. Have a look at it yourself. It was in the papers.
Okay, that's fine. So in terms of your what you're trying to do, are you trying to create some sort of Royal Mail type where you're
No, what we're doing, look at the end of, so what I'm actually doing is we want to fight to protect our children.
Sorry, you want a what?
We want to fight to protect our children so they don't get raped no more. They don't go into grooming gangs. And this corporate company stops manufacturing documents, manufacturing concerns, manufacturing crimes against vulnerable parents to steal their children.
Right. Okay. So why don't you go about it like they did with Royal Mail? You know, the scandal, Royal Mail scandal, right?
Yeah.
Where they got together, right, with factual evidence, and then presented that evidence to the necessary.
So I'm going to ask you something. Who am I supposed to present it to?
Well, I would say the British government.
British government. Okay, perfect. British government. So I'm presuming you mean people in responsibility.
Correct.
So we're talking about the police, we're talking about your councillors, your mayors, your MPs, your chief executives, the chief commissioners of police. Well, over the last 4 years, every single person I've actually showed the information to has been sacked, removed, and sent on the sick. So who am I going to keep going to and they just keep ignoring it? You see, this is a problem. And this is not just, I mean, I'm just talking about one case. This is how bad it is. But we have tens of thousands, if not hundreds, well, actually hundreds of thousands of people and millions of homes being affected in the United Kingdom today. England, Wales, Scotland, Ireland.
Yeah. What about the media? I mean, if you're getting knocked back.
Now you're talking
where's
about
the media in this?
No. Let's go to the media now. I went to the BBC News.
Yeah.
I showed them the evidence, and the person who I showed it to, he was resigned.
Okay, so BBC, you know who's behind BBC, right?
Absolutely. So this is what I'm saying. You show me who, BBC News, ITV News, Channel 4, I've been to all of them. And everybody is avoiding the whole thing. Because what you're talking, with you mentioned post office scandal, this is bigger than the post office scandal. This is going to be a nightmare. This is the largest child abuse scandal in the history of this nation, and it involves what? Vulnerable children that are being mistreated and abused under the flag of safeguarding children and child protection. I understand your questions, and I appreciate that, because you're independent. You're just asking for the first time. Maybe you just come on for the first time. The more you come on, the more you'll get what I'm saying. But actually, put that to a side. How about me show you evidence?
Yeah, of course. Everything works on evidence, right? And
Absolutely.
if you have evidence, you've got somewhere to go.
Absolutely. So this is the thing, you see, where do you go? The whole system is a shutdown. Just on that note, Gary, can you mute yourself? Gary, if you could unmute yourself. Just on that
I'm
note,
here, sorry.
Yeah, so I was just saying that because I was telling about what we have, what I have in general with the scandal. Where do you go when everybody resigns? Do you want to just add on to something in relation to who you're supposed to go to, or what's the result when you get there, if there is?
Yeah, well, absolutely. Well, I think if it's Isaac, you need to understand how vast this corruption is. Okay, our governments have basically got all government organisations involved in this. And because it relates so heavily to the taxation system, so going back to your first conversation with Rangi, you said about the money side of things. Not only have you got what Rangi has said, but if you imagine that the government can defraud the general public through the taxation system, if they create a problem, for example, by saying, we've got all these children that need to be taken from their families, then that then tries for them to justify more tax contributions being pumped into the system and them defrauding the public for it. Yeah, go for it, Rangi. Now, to give you an example. Sorry.
Yeah,
I was just going to give you an example as to how vast this is. Most care homes are fraudulent, illegal entities that should never have been actually trading at all.
Right, okay. So where's the regulation here in terms of, you've got a child involved, and there should be regulation in place around some of the processes and procedures, right? I know professionals in my game who have care homes, and they're heavily regulated. I know people who have foster homes, and again, they're heavily regulated by the local authority, right? So where's all this sort of regulation that the local council have when you're in the game, right?
Sure.
Where's all that?
The regulators are part of the child trafficking. I've got the evidence of that. So when you look on the company registration systems, they go back to the likes of Ghislaine Maxwell, Robert Maxwell and Jeffrey Epstein. That's why they're key players in all of this, because they were massive, and they're probably still alive. I mean, I don't know if they're actually dead or not, but Jeffrey Epstein and Max Clifford, but they were very key players in relation to this international government fraud, and it's very easy to see, because when you come in from Companies House and look at their companies, you have exactly the same companies linking through to all of the things we're talking about, to Ofsted, to Childline, to Children in Need, to the National Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Children. They're all involved. They're all involved. And the commodity or the money behind the children is absolutely vast. So not only do you have what Rangi has just said, so the money in moving those children through the care system, but you also have the very sinister element of all of this. So the sex abuse that goes on in the background, and we're fully aware of that, aren't we, with Jimmy Savile and all those that are linked to this. But also you've got, it links to the international drug trafficking trade, because you have adrenochrome being taken from some of these children that are shipped around the world and put in detention centres. There's so much evidence of this. Adrenochrome is the most lucrative substance on the planet. Okay, the blood taken from these children. You also have the organ harvesting element linked to the children, as well as, of course, the slave trade. So this is why Ukraine is so key to this, because Ukraine is probably the world's hub for child trafficking, but it's also certainly Europe's hub for child trafficking. And with these conflicts, what they will be doing is taking children from these conflicts and putting them around the world, into Russia, etc. And then they'll be going through into these horrible, horrendous situations that we talked about. Obviously, the sex trade is massive, but adrenochrome seems to be absolutely vast. And you probably haven't seen my evidence, but there's now irrefutable evidence linking adrenochrome to the intelligence agencies, to the police, to the National Health Service, to the monarchy as well, through my evidence, to Ukraine and to Russia and the military. It's a huge problem.
Gary.
That's all right.
Just to add on to what Gary's saying there, Isaac, if you go back to when the Haiti disaster happened and Hillary Clinton went over and started taking the children, all of a sudden there was 250, I think it was about 250,000 children that went missing from Haiti. No records of them whatsoever.
Yeah, absolutely.
That could be a number of reasons, right? Local gangs, entities, families, etc. So, still not clear. Still not clear.
Can I just say, I've let Isaac know a few things that have happened as this evidence has been exposing, just so you get an idea on how big this is. Yeah. So Companies House has never verified anybody's details on an incorporation since 1844. So you can use a false name. They don't check your details. They don't check your address. As I'm exposing this fraud, this is one of the big things that happened. Companies House then publicly proposed for the first time ever measures to verify some company details, not all of them. So they're basically going to allow selected people to still use this system of fraud. The police force that I used to work for, don't know if you're aware, but I acquired forged bank documents through the company that I was part of, called Exbourne Manor Freehold Limited, as part of my inquiries. As I'm reporting this, the police force send 2 emails confirming inadvertently that they're allowing the banks to produce these documents and use them in circulation. Okay, so we know the police are involved in this forgery with the banks producing the documents. As I'm exposing it further, we have an article that is publicised on a business website stating that all banks need to be on high alert because the whole Companies House registration system has been hacked and somebody else has attached all of those documents. Well, my evidence shows that's not true. So that's the government trying to hide what was happening. We've had the King resigning from companies, Prince Wales resigning from companies. We've had intelligence companies linked to Russia and the UK government and the monarchy resigning. All fraud all the way through it.
Right.
All the way through it, there's fraud. This is just some of the things.
So you say the banks are corrupt?
Yes, 100%. All the banks are involved in this. And in relation to the... In relation to the media side of things, I tried going to the media when I realised that the government organisations were involved. They didn't even respond. They then blocked my emails. I then found out that they're actually fraudulently registered as well. So they're part of this fraud as well.
Okay, so when you say banks are corrupt, right?
Yeah.
Banks are heavily regulated in terms of, identity, in terms of movement of money, in terms of, FCA having audits.
They're involved.
Banks.
They're involved.
Right, okay. So when you say banks are corrupt, I'm quite close to banks myself in the UK. Where's your evidence around that?
Loads of it. So you'll see all of them have got fraudulent entity companies. So when you look at the registration of those of most of the banks, they'll have shell companies as well. But a lot of the actual main registration systems, if you go and look at the incorporation document, it has a company name on there that hasn't actually been registered to that record. So they've never been registered lawfully, which means they should never have been trading. Even SWIFT, the international transaction system that all banks use for offshore transactions, is an illegal fraudulent entity that was started with SWIFT Incorporations and Jordans and Sons Limited. That is the very same two companies that started Export Manor Freehold Limited, where I acquired the forged bank documents. It's all fraudulent and criminal, 100%.
So Isaac, look, right now, you want the bottom level, for example, with this problem with social services. And before I actually say that, I want you to understand, nobody's saying it's every social worker. Nobody's saying it's every police officer. Nobody's saying it's everybody. No. But this is happening. So if you want the information and evidence from the bottom, when it comes to this scandal, feel free to contact me and I'll provide you the evidence. If you want to know about the banking with evidence, which is your field, please contact Gary. He'll provide you the evidence. This is what this is all about, to share the information, help people to understand with the information. Okay?
So in a nutshell, what's your next steps?
Well, what my next step is continue to wake up the public, because at the end of the day, if we can't allow them to allow these things to take place, because government or no government, okay, it doesn't matter. Nobody has an exemption notice that because we're a government, we could allow the abuse, we could manufacture documents, manufacture concerns, manufacture crimes against vulnerable homes and steal their children. No, there's nowhere it says that. The jig is up, the game is over. Okay.
Are you trying to use TikTok as a means to communicate to others?
TikTok is just one platform that I'm using, but we've got a website that we do a lot more on there, even though there's some work getting done on it at the moment. But once it's had the work done, which is within the next 24 hours, if you actually go on there and watch a video called Banned on YouTube in UK, it's myself actually exposing them through their complaint procedure, how they cover up crimes, heinous crimes, deliberately to cover themselves up by evidence is provided by manufacturing documents, manufacturing concerns, and manufacturing crimes.
So when do you get on Sky News?
Say again?
When do you get on to Sky News?
Sky News is going on the sick as well, you see. This is the problem. All these news channels you're talking about are controlled by the same people.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go outside of UK to a media company. When do you go to an external company outside of UK to expose this?
Well, if you could recommend me some, and somebody's bold enough to actually come and see the evidence, and this is in every town and city. I mean, you'll have seen so many people in the comments, it's happening in this town, that town. If you actually go on the website, there's actually a mapping system where in 2020, when I actually put it together till now, there's over 400 towns and cities, and that mapping system identifies where it's been happening, and that mapping system is now 2 years behind schedule of updating it because we're overwhelmed with it. And this is the reason why I personally came on TikTok, because I couldn't keep up. So this is just one platform. We also use the Facebook. We also use the Twitter, Telegram, all the platforms. Okay, but obviously this one we're going to be using a lot more very shortly because we're going to go live on it just to get the public awareness out. But if you know somebody or a news company that might be bold enough to see some real evidence, please come bring them forward, because there are so many mothers up and down the country that are going through these issues and problems. I mean, I'm talking about tens of thousands, if not millions. We have on an average of 5,000 fathers that commit suicide over this problem that we're going through, where the contact is stopped, they're alienated deliberately, how it affects them parents. We have mothers also committing suicide. This is genocide, and we need to stop it. We need to protect them as much as we can. And this is why I'm doing what I'm doing. I hope that makes sense, Isaac. So I'm giving you all sides of it now, the bottom and the top with what Gary's talking about. And if you got an input, this is why it's so good that we should have a rational conversation with anybody, because if you know some media company that is transparent and honest and is not controlled by this system, for example, more than happy to have an interview with them. Gary will feel the very same thing with it as well, because he's more than happy to share the information and evidence as well.
100%. You know, I've tried going to everyone. But Isaac, this is international government fraud, by the way, as well. So you'll have media around the world. This is why, remember, we've got it linked to Robert Maxwell and Max Clifford. Okay, they were international media moguls. Okay. And they're a huge part of this linked through to this government fraud. Mm-hmm. I'll speak to anyone. You know, I'd love a mainstream media to come forward. And in fact, that's one of the things I'm calling for before an international strike, is for them to give me an opportunity to go on a mainstream media channel, and I'll show the evidence of everything that I'm talking about. None of it is fictitious. It's all verifiable and corroborative.
Gary, I would recommend you get to Speaker's Corner, Hyde Park.
To where, sorry?
Speaker's Corner.
There's
Get yourself to Hyde Park, Speaker's Corner, mate.
I can't go anywhere in person. There's already been an attempt on my life. You can imagine they'll remove me as soon as possible. There's no need. I'm happy to do. I'm happy to. Pardon?
Freedom of speech, Speaker's Corner. They can't remove you.
Yeah, but let me answer that for you, Gary. Now, he has a certain situation what he's in. But look, myself, I've been going to every single town and city throughout the United Kingdom. And everybody is getting to learn about it, know about it. No police does anything about it. Yet the police pull me over. What's this all about? I show them the information. They say, all right, now we know what's happening. Crack on with it. Nobody's doing nothing about it. So we are making public awareness. So if you have a look at my TikTok, you'll see that I've been traveling the whole country, including London, including Speaker's Corner.
Speaker's Corner is the right place for you. You know, freedom of speech at that centre. You can say what you want.
Well, I say what I want anyway. But I know what you mean about Speaker's Corner. But there's only so much that you can do there. But remember, this has happened nationally, you see. So Speaker's Corner is one thing. A lot of people say go to 10 Downing Street. I've been to 10 Downing Street with a protest outside the doorsteps. I've been to Scotland Yard. I've been to Supreme Court. I've been to all of them. But nobody wants to do anything. But they're not arresting me. They're not doing anything. Why? Because they know I'm telling the truth. Because they know I've got evidence to back myself up with. So we're not just talking about. But it's like if you just hang fire. Let me just go to another person.
Yeah,
just gives you a bit of time. Maybe you could ask him more questions. Baz, you were saying something there before I go to John?
Yeah, just on Speaker's Corner. There's never no cameras, so it's a waste of time. You're only engaging with the audience that's at Speaker's Corner. You're not picking up you want the mainstream media to get involved. They'll never turn up to Speaker's Corner to listen to anybody that stood on that corner. They will never do it. They never will, they never have, and they're never gonna. That's
no, I understand that, Baz, but overall, I mean, I think Isaac was saying that as another place to go. But I've knocked on the doors of all of them, so, you know, it's not that we're not trying it. We have tried it. I have gone around and did that, but we're going to keep moving forward. That's the main thing. This is the reason why I'm doing what I'm doing now, and I'm drip feeding any piece of evidence that you want. A lot of it, it's not a problem. John, can I get you to mute yourself, please? Because you've been there. Sorry about that.
Yep. Hi.
Do you have a comment or a question?
No, I'm going to comment. I think I think the emphasis should be put on the facts of the frauds that's going on, and it's a massive fraud. Predominantly, most of it's fraud. Why it's mostly fraud is because it's not about the children. It's all about how much they can make and how much they can take children to make profit for the whoever's behind it. I'll say councils, local authorities, or obviously there's no such thing as councils and local authorities, but it's the people behind it, the ones that's doing the so-called job, the ones that's taking the income, the ones that's taking the incomes. So it's, as I said, it's not about the child. In most cases, I do believe that there should be social services. I don't have a problem, but I think there should be transparency. There should be cameras, like all the contact centres. Everything should be recorded as when you go into a police station. When your statements are taken, they're all recorded. So why not provide evidence to say that all the contacts are what they are, and all the evidence is produced in a meaningful, lawful, and legal manner.
Yeah. No, you're right. You understand, but this is the thing, you see. It's about bringing it to the public, to wake people up, to stand together, because at the end of the day, look, we are that same nation that one child gets mistreated and abused on the other part of the world, and we would stand up. Yet at home, here today, we have tens of thousands of cases throughout the country that are just being ignored, left, covered up. And this is a shameful act from these corporate companies, a shameful act.
I don't see why the guys don't stand up. It seems to be women that seems to be standing up. I mean, too many pussies.
Well, this is where, I mean, I've mentioned this loads of times. This is a target on women and children, and yet we have more women fighting the fight, and I've witnessed this myself since 2020. More women fighting this fight than men.
Us men should be ashamed of ourselves, honestly, allowing this to happen.
Yeah, absolutely. We need to obviously just come forward. This is a nation where what should be happening is men go forward to protect women and children. We've come to a situation where the authorities have designed it, where we push women and children first and the men stay behind. You know, so John, just play it. Let me just get into user 74. I think it's Starseed. Starseed, can you just unmute yourself?
Hiya, Rand, yeah. Yeah, just like what you were saying, I don't know what else we can be doing other than like maybe contacting the councils and putting a bit more pressure back on them, because it just seems like it's all coming at once, doesn't it? I don't know if we're all feeling like that at the moment, trying to get everything in order and get the relevant paperwork as well, so together for different things, because it's just a process.
No, you're 100% right. It's a case of doing something instead of doing nothing. But let me tell you something. It's about awareness. Once people start learning about it. Look, Isak is there. I don't know who he is. I've never met him. He could be a police officer. You know what I mean? But if we're independent and he's understanding what we're saying and he's prepared to just be honest with each other and have a look at the evidence. But he said he's in the banking side of it, so he can get the evidence of Gary. If he wants to know this side of it, I'm more than happy. Look, on broad daylight, I do this all the time. Obviously, most of you know this. On Wednesday, I did it. Every single person that came forward actually seen what I had to show them. It's game over. Simple as that. And this is what we need to do. We need to continue doing this, because one of the things Isak mentioned was the fact that the innocent families out there, what is the problem there? What could happen? Well, every family is going to be targeted, because the target is about children. This is the problem. and we need to fight for our children. We need to protect our children. If I could go to, is it Naeem? Naeem, can you hear me? Naeem Zia? Can you hear me? Naeem Zia, you're in the box. Can you hear me? Okay, probably not a question. I'm just going to drop you if you want to ask a question. Oh, you just said yes. I got you in the box there. You didn't speak. Put a request back in and I'll put you back in. Okay. If I could just go back to Isaac. Isaac, did you want to ask anything after taking a few minutes just to think about what I've said myself or what Gary might have mentioned and anything that's on here?
No, I'm still trying to digest what you said and what Gary said in mainstream sort of stuff that I do. Trying to understand how that fits in to especially what Gary mentioned around the financial side, where it's heavily regulated. No opportunity for anything like this happening inside a UK bank, so to say. Right.
Well, I know it could be hard to grasp, but you got to understand, I was in the same position as you. You see, I always thought that the police were there, and don't get me wrong, it was right to think that because that's what I knew about, okay? And in general, the police will always help you when it comes to paedophile rings and all these heinous crimes. The only time that I've now evidenced, and until it didn't happen, I would never have believed it, is when they own corporate companies do the same crime. Then they want to cover it up, which we know that now. And this is why it's game over. Until you don't go through this carry on, until then, you're probably thinking, well, no, it couldn't happen. But don't be holding yourself back. Ask for the information. I'll provide you the information. I'll provide you the evidence. I'll provide you evidence like you've not seen before. Okay? I'll show you things like social services do the crime. Frame the parents for it while our children are paying the price doing the time for it. Okay? And then they're providing that false information to who? The judges, the police. This is, you see on that billboard, it says the social services control our judges and police with lies and stories. So hopefully just take your time with that, ask the questions, and we'll get you the information. That's not an issue. Right, so I'm going to keep moving forward. There's obviously a lot happening. I know we've only got a last hour left. If anybody wants to get in the boxes to ask questions, feel free to do so. But I'm just going to go back to Gary because there is a lot of vital information. And sometimes we've got to keep repeating it, okay, for you to grasp how serious it is. Because everything we're talking about comes back down to our children. And if our children and our grandchildren are to have a future, a safe environment, people wake up. Gary?
Yeah, it's weird. My screen's gone funny, actually. I can't see any comments on the bottom. Yeah, a couple of things. So first, Baz said, you know, it's not about the children. It is inadvertently because of the money that the children makes. But I understand what Baz is saying. But I really think we all need to realise the adrenochrome element of this, because I haven't really said particularly this bit tonight. Not only is it the most lucrative substance on the planet, it's one of the most addictive substances on the planet. Okay, now I actually believe that's probably one of the reasons why I've managed to acquire all of the evidence I have, because I think we're probably dealing with people who are addicted to various substances, okay, that are running our nations. Okay, and this ties in, if you look at the, a lot of people say it's a conspiracy theory, the Hillary Clinton incident of Pizzagate. Okay, and then we've got obviously got the Hampstead child abuse inquiry with the drinking of children's blood. Okay, I actually think that this would explain a lot of the mistakes they're making through the registration system, the blatant corruption we're seeing, the irrationality. It could be because these people have some sort of an addiction as well. But also the adrenochrome, there's a belief that it actually rejuvenates people that take it. And if you can actually look very, very quickly and find articles suggesting they're trying to normalise transfusions with younger people's blood into their bodies. Okay, people are able to pay to have that done. We're talking about the adrenochrome side of things here with that. Okay, but also on the other point that Isaac said, you know, it's not necessarily within the banks. Okay, they are heavily regulated in relation to fraud within the banks. We're talking about the registration process that's fraudulent. But if you imagine you might have a bank that's got, say Santander, it has one main account that's registered lawfully and correctly. Okay, that may be their main front company. I have found ones where it's not, but you'll find that they have, when you go into their directors and secretaries, they have shell companies. Okay, so it'll have Santander in the title, but it'll be a slightly different name. They've only got to have one fraudulent, illegally created company, and they can then move money through, you know, from their directors or shareholders or from other companies through there in pieces until it gets to a fraudulent, illegal entity company, and the banks can come in and falsify those documents and forge them and send the real money into offshore accounts. So I hope that sort of makes a bit more clarity there for Isaac on how that is sort of working, that system of fraud.
No, that's good. Look, at the end of the day, I mean, when we're talking about these topics, people need to learn how it happens. I've actually broke it down when it comes to social services, how it takes place. It's very, very easy to understand it when it's drip feeded. I mean, what used to be really good is when I was actually doing lectures, when I was traveling the country. It's like, for example, when I went to Birmingham, I had undercover police officers there, I had mayors, MPs, which is no problem because I'm not hiding. I'm showing concerns. I'm giving you live evidence. And within there, what I had did is very, very simple, stage by stage, in a timeline, showed them what was going on, and I was providing them the evidence. And then the outcome came up very, very simply, 100% unanimous decision that they're liars, criminals and storytellers, and then nobody's taking responsibility. So that means that they could do whatever they want, rob, rape, steal, whatever they want, it doesn't matter. And they call this safeguarding and child protection. This isn't safeguarding, this isn't child protection, this is a load of nonsense. And don't get me wrong, we want to fix the system. Now, to fix it, we've got to dismantle the whole trash that has actually happened. And on top of that, some people may think, okay, we'll shut it down and we'll re-establish another one. No, it doesn't work like that. Every person who is involved, who has previously, historically, has been lying, doing crimes, telling fibby stories, is going to be dealt with. You've got to go through that process if there's a law. Because if there's no justice, there's no law. If there's no law, who are all these people? Okay? And when it comes to storytelling business, they're that good at storytelling business. I actually think they should be going to work for Hollywood and Bollywood. They tell drama, thriller, horror, fictional. Have you ever heard of deluded stories? Well, I've actually got it on my list before. Deluded stories. This is what they're good at. Okay? So it's a mess that they're in. Dollywood. What about Dollywood? Yeah, well, wherever Dollywood, Bollywood, Lollywood, whatever it is, they're all, they need to go there. That's where they need to work, not in with our children because it can't be tolerated. Baz, you good yourself?
Regulation comment. It's us that are regulated, not the people above. It's us, the people, we the people. We are the ones that are regulated. You go to your bank, the man Isaac was saying is close with the banks. If I go to the bank and want to withdraw £10,000 in cash to go and buy a car or buy something, they want to know exactly what I want it for. They want to know where it's going and how it's going, even though it's my bloody money. Do you know what I mean? It's we the people that are regulated, not the systems and corporations.
100%. On that note, we are the power. They're not the power. They work for us. We don't work for them. Okay. When we identify these issues and problems, they need to fix them. Okay. You must have heard about Baby P and many others. I think the last time me and John were talking, the figure has gone well over 450 deaths unalived from the care home on children. Now they say lessons learned. No, lessons aren't learned, because if lessons would be learned, that means you stop being liars, stop being criminals, and stop telling stories. It'll be very simple, but they've got a habit of it. But then remember, I think we mentioned earlier on, even when Gary was saying, this is all about good against evil, and this is the reality. And regardless of everything what's happened now, we know that they've been deliberately for decades dividing and conquering, dividing the members of the public. So we fight amongst ourselves while they have their dirty little claws on our homes, our children, our finances to control us. It's about time that we stood up and we started uniting. Once we start uniting and we could get together, we want change. And they better give us our change, because they work for us. The parliament works for us. We don't work for no parliament. Okay? And this is where a lot of people get wrong. Well, what can we do? What can we do? For those who are thinking like that, you need to understand, if you keep thinking like that, that's where you ever get, it's like a record that just stuck. You got to understand, we can do something. Otherwise, are we going to allow all these heinous crimes? Just ask yourself. The answer is no. So if the answer is no, we're going to stand up. We're going to speak up. I'm speaking up. I'm not going to be held back. And it comes with repercussions. You see? Look, for me, it's even worse. I'm not just a normal man. Men in general will get problems. Okay? But apparently I'm an Asian, British, Pakistani man who happens to be a Muslim. All these are dangerous. So I'm targeted in every single way going, but I'm not going to stay silent. You can manufacture whatever bollocks you want. This is about fact findings, not crap findings. And don't remember this is not about a specific people. They're targeting every single community. And they talk about narratives. If you're a white Caucasian man, you'll be known as, or they'll say that you're prone to domestic violence and maybe you're an alcoholic. If you're an African descendant, they will say you're prone to domestic violence and you're a drug dealer. If you're Asian, like myself, even though I'm an English-born bred British man or Englishman, they'll say I'm prone to domestic violence, and probably they'll stick in I'm a terrorist. They make up crap for a living. You see, this is what the wars are about, is it not? They make up things. Isn't this what Tony Blair did? Weapons of mass destruction, go and kill 1 million people. Who is held responsible? Nobody. No, it doesn't work like that. If you remember, there's got to be a law. And the law is for everybody, not for a particular set of people. This is two-tiering taking place in broad daylight for the world to see. Okay, so if there's anybody who wants to get into the boxes, because I think I'm going to talk a little bit about what Gary's been going on with his side of it. It's very important. I can't emphasize how important it is, because we could cover the topic of this side, we could cover the topics on that side. But if there's anybody who wants to ask questions, this is the reason why we actually have these live events, that we're waking up and answering anything that people want. And more importantly, I'm even offering the evidence. Okay? So I know user Starseed, you've come in. Did you want to ask a question before going to Gary?
No, I'll let you speak, and then I'll listen to what you're saying, and then I'll let Gary speak, and then I'll come back in if that's all right.
Well, I've said a lot. I think I'm going to give my mouth a rest a few minutes.
Right.
Gary, can I just leave it with you for a few moments, because my mouth's getting dry. I've spoken too much. I'm going to go make another one of these.
No worries. Yeah, I think Rangi's absolutely right. You know, the deception and the deliberate fake propaganda to create faith groups to conflict with each other. I'm going to talk about the World Trade Center disaster a little bit here because I think that's quite important and we haven't really spoken about it much with Rangi. So as we know, the World Trade Center disaster happened in 2001 in September of that year. What you might not know is that Larry Silverstein purchased the lease for the World Trade Center building in July 2001. Okay, that was the first time in the building's 31 years history, okay, that anyone had actually changed hands. Now, during the World Trade Center disaster, by chance, Larry Silverstein was not in that building, even though normally every morning he would have breakfast in that building, and by chance he was not in there at the time of its collapse. After the World Trade Center collapse, he received a government grant, a US government grant from a Liberty Funds organization. Okay, if you come back over the Atlantic now to the UK, you had the National Council for Civil Liberties, which is where Harriet Harman, who is still an MP, and Patricia Hewitt and Harriet Harman's husband, I can't remember his name, Romsey, I've got it written down, were part of this national or closely linked to this National Council for Civil Liberties. Certainly Harriet Harman and Patricia were part of that. Now that went under the Liberty banner. Okay, remember Larry Silverstein had a Liberty Funds grant according to the research. Now there's a very important company that links both of those organisations together, and that is a company called Westco Nominees, WEST Co. Nominees Limited. If you go and look on Companies House records, you will see that the government has removed the company name from that document on the signed parts of it. Now, let's just put this into perspective. So when somebody had started that company, they would have sent that form to Companies House, which would have had a company name on it because they've signed it. Okay. Companies House would have had that document and added it to their register. Somebody, it appears, has gone back into the register and removed the company name. Now, that's very important because the National Council for Civil Liberties was affiliated to the Paedophile Information Exchange. You can go and look at this. Type in Harriet Harman paedophile scandal. You'll see an interview on YouTube where she was almost forced to do an interview because it was publicised so much that the National Council for Civil Liberties was affiliated to a Paedophile Information Exchange organisation. And she doesn't dispute it. Okay, she doesn't. So our governments were linked to an openly paedophile organisation, the Paedophile Information Exchange. Harriet Harman is still a member of Parliament. During one set of my emails to 650 members of Parliament, I received one response from one MP, and that was from Harriet Harman. But it was nothing productive, unfortunately. It was just saying that I'm not a constituent of hers, so she can't help. That email is available in my public document file. Now, why would they have done this with the World Trade Center disaster? Well, I suspect it was brought down by the US and UK governments, along with others, potentially, to eventually lead to a fake war on terror, to create fear of terrorism and to create friction between the West and the East. That, of course, led to the invasions, didn't it, of the Middle East by the US and UK, and a huge oil control factor in relation to that. But eventually, I think that's paved the way for what we're seeing now, which is the digital technology implementation across the West, facial recognition, ANPR cameras, cameras within cities now that we're talking about, with the ULEZ cameras, and eventually to lead to full digital currency control, which is what we're on the verge of happening. And whilst we're on that point, I think we need to realise how close we are to that being a reality, to full digital currency control. It's very, very close to that. And it looks as though they're expediting it. So there was a suggestion, I'm sure many of us have heard, that potentially there'd be full digital currency control or near to it in 2030 under the 2030 agenda. As I was exposing this fraud, the SWIFT International Transaction System that we've mentioned a few times tonight, they publicised a proposal, now this was a few months ago now, to implement digital currency, full digital currency control with their side of things within a year to 2 years. So I believe they're expediting it. And remember, the SWIFT International Transaction System is a fraudulent criminal organisation. Started, when you look on Companies House, with Swift Incorporations and Jordans and Sons, the very same two companies that started Exborn Manor Freehold Limited, where I was a part of, and I found forged bank documents and was removed as a director for refusing for our company to file those forged bank documents, where there is a link to the intelligence agencies. So I think what this has done is, I think their aim, and I think it is massively linked to child trafficking, adrenochrome, is to implement the digital currency control so they can steal the money from the public to pay for the child exploitation, the adrenochrome and everything else that we're talking about. And it looks as though they're going to be trying to use BRICS digital currency system, which is used by Russia, Brazil and China and some other countries. Well, that uses blockchain technology, which I'd already found is closely linked specifically to my child protection or child exploitation research from the apparent murders of children on the Isle of Jersey at Hope de la Grande. I always get that mixed up. And the research around that links from the lead investigating officers for that case. So if you type, you can go and look at this and type in child abuse or murders on Jersey, you'll see that there was an article on it, and I've researched the two leading investigating officers and the two politicians on there, including Jack Straw, and through Companies House they link back into the international child trafficking ring. They link to Madeleine McCann, they link to Nicola Bulley, they link to Jeffrey Epstein, Ghislaine Maxwell, Jimmy Savile. In fact, on the Isle of Jersey, in relation to Hope de la Grande, if I'm pronouncing that right, Jimmy Savile originally refused to comment on whether he'd been there. He then, when photos were released of him there, he then admitted that he had been to that location, and it was a children's, it was either a children's care home or something like that, or a hostel. And in the basement of that building, there were different parts of children's bodies. I think it was 65 children's body parts. There was a news article where they confirmed from the body parts and bones that there appeared to have been foul play and potentially murder. Eventually, that case was shut down as no further action. And of course, that will link into politicians, etc., etc. So it's absolutely vast. And I think we're on the verge of them enslaving us, actually, into a system of digital currency control that will actually facilitate the child trafficking and everything that we're talking about to continue. And it'll be very difficult to stop if that happens. Anyway, I've talked a lot. Sorry, Rangi, back to you. Oh, Rangi. Oh, he's gone. He's paused it. So, I mean, there's loads of evidence in relation to this. If anyone hasn't seen the interviews with the two poor children with the Hampstead Child Abuse Inquiry, I suggest you go and look at it. I've researched that case. The father was being accused by the mother as being the ringleader for abuse against those two children, not only the abuse against them in the school that they were part of by various people, but also in the church. And the father that was being accused was Ricky Dearman. I've researched through Companies House from Ricky Dearman, and it goes back into everything that I've been exposing. It links to Exborn Manor Freehold Limited, to the intelligence agencies, international banking fraud. And those two poor children were subjected to not only abuse, but being forced to take part in the murder of babies, according to their interview, and the drinking of those babies' blood, which then ties in with my evidence already acquired from in relation to adrenochrome, where there was a leaked document that was sent to me many months ago, actually, a German letter claiming to state that they had intercepted some USB sticks. And on those USB sticks, and that you can see the tables on the letter, and this is within my public document file as well, is a table of children's names between the age of 6 and 12, where they were being... Oh, sorry. Oh, it's pausing. Can you hear me, Rangi? Rangi, can anyone else hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear, brother.
Yeah, Rangi, I don't know why you're really pausing a lot. Rangi, can you hear us?
John?
I don't know if it's being hacked.
I can hear okay.
Can anyone see Rangi moving slowly, or is it just me? Is he slowly?
Slowly moving.
I've got him slowly moving and I can't hear him.
Right, okay. Did John or Baz, did you have any comments at the moment, or did you want me to keep going?
I think
I'm just glad that somebody of your, I'm going to use the word calibre, that's been a part of the police force, that's been a part of an organisation that's found this out. Because if it had been a lesser person, this may have not been exposed to or even investigated. Because of your policing background, it's allowing you to use that investigative knowledge to get this, if that makes sense.
Absolutely. Well, I don't think this is any coincidence, Baz. If I'm being honest with you, I think I've been positioned. Everything in my life has led to this. You know, the fact I moved into that block of flats that was able to acquire all of this evidence, the fact I never had children, so I haven't got to worry about their safety. The fact that I had a van to be able to separate from my home address. I mean, there's so many things I could go on. But you're right, my skills that I learned in the police and my moral integrity has just given me that drive to expose all of this.
Well, just now, what's going on in the world is that they're talking about implementing this new world order. The new world order does exist, and it will exist from 2030 to 2050, and it's all about control. And it's, I think it's going to be quite deep and sinister beforehand. I think there's going to be something big going to be happening in the world. I don't know what it is, but apparently so. And that came from a very good source that I know. So I think we all need to watch the space. But I think everything that's going on just now, as you say, Gary, it's all about money, money, money. If you take the money away, would they be doing this job or whatever you want to call it, trafficking?
Rangi, if you just want to try and pause your live again, mate, and then unpause it, it might sort you out.
This is the first time I've seen this happen to this extent, actually. Rangi, if you can hear us, then basically, yeah, he's paused it again. You keep really slowing down. You're in slow motion. We can't hear you properly, Rangi. So I don't know if that's your end or, you know, these MI6 or whatever trying to intervene. Funnily enough, for the first time, I can't see any comments on my screen. I can't see, there's nothing at the top. All I can see is the boxes down the right and then the big box of Rangi. So
yeah, mate, that happens on lives. I won't lie that I've had it where I can't see comments, so it's not unheard of.
What you need to do? What you need to do is need to update your TikTok. Sometimes that slows it down. I don't know if you update it regularly.
Right. Okay. Yeah, it could be something to do with that.
I think what people need to understand as well about Evergreen as well, the biggest company in the world who Hillary Clinton's attached to apparently.
Yes.
And that's to do with the adrenochrome. And not so long ago, one of the ships was stopped.
You're back, brother. You're back.
It was stopped in the South China Sea because it was grounded. Actually, the reason why it was grounded was because of what you're talking about, Gary, and also apparently there was some nuclear missile or something in one of the containers ready to be launched.
Oh, right, I wasn't aware of that.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, he's back. He's back. Yes, we can.
Right, I was listening. I could hear you. I don't know why, obviously, but we could imagine why. I just wanted to add on one thing. You know, with what Gary's doing or anybody who's doing this, one of my advice is going to be for every single person is start getting the information and evidence. okay, and start sharing it. It'll do two things. It'll do the public awareness, give you the power to obviously fight back, and it'll give some sort of element of protection to the campaigners and people who are waking up to this, who are speaking up about this. It's very, very important, because, you know, we're not going to last forever. He's not going to live forever. I'm not going to live forever. Now, at the moment, we have a Muslim, we have a Christian working together, regardless of color, creed, religion. And we need to expand on this, not reduce it.
Oh, you've frozen again.
What we need to look at as well is people say everything's a conspiracy. If it was such a conspiracy, why do so many people talk about it?
Exactly. Well, I mean, they can't say that with what I'm doing, because it's all supported by the documents, so they're absolutely stuffed. I mean, this is why it's creating so many big changes, because they know. This is why they removed me right at the beginning, where I don't think they realised how far I was going to go with this. They probably thought they just removed me as a director, and that'd be the end of it. But unfortunately, all they've done at every step of the way, they've exposed themselves more by the things they've done, and I've got it all documented. You know, everything's documented.
My brother had a £6 million facility, and when he was doing so well in building, and because of he wouldn't sell a pocket of land to somebody, the banks pulled the plug on him, because this person was high profile, and money was getting changed hands like anything.
Right. Rangi,
Right,
you back?
I'm back. Can you hear me?
Yep.
It must be. I'm giving good advice. This is what it is. So the bit that I was saying, that anybody, you know, like it's like what Gary's talking about, what he's doing, or myself, or anybody actually, and there's loads of people like this. But in general, the people who are speaking up, try to wake up. Try to, you know, we're trying to be transparent in every way. We're trying to give you the evidence. Try to get that evidence off us and make it public awareness, because it'll do two things. It'll give you ammunition and evidence to help you to move forward. Also, it'll give some sort of element of protection to Gary as well, or even with what I'm doing. It doesn't matter, because this is what they don't want. They want us to be isolated, and it's not going to happen. This is why I'm so proud that everybody is working. I mean, I do know in the next week or so, I will be having another 3 countries on board, on live with us, okay? Which is very, very important. They don't want this happening, but it is going to happen whether they like it or not.
Coming back to what Gary's saying and doing is, why do you think you have like limited and limited liability? Because then there's nobody called limited or limited liability. There's nobody called whatever company it could be, say Rangi's fan club or Rangi's van or whatever. So situations like that, people can just pull the plug whenever they like, and nobody's held responsible. And this is why these so-called corporate companies are doing what they're doing, is opening up shell companies, taking and siphoning off billions of pounds and closing the companies again.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'll get rid of the documents.
John, just to give you a second. Empathy, go ahead.
There's no disrespect, but I'm sorry, I just butted in again. I popped in quickly. I'm into doing something. In case people wondering who you are, and they see your website and they see your other connections and buy me copy and campaigns like that, how are you protecting yourself and Gary going to link up with your website? How are you going to protect yourself with any assumptions being made that you're just doing it for profit? If you cross that bridge yet.
Is that the question for me?
Yeah.
Right. How am I protecting myself? Well, it's the more the public gets the information, that protects me. Currently, at the moment, I think Gary even knows I've had a lot of threats that have been coming in, including death threats, which is on public media. and the more I make it into public media, the more I'm showing the public what's happening, who's doing what. That's the only protection. Now, when it comes to the website, and Gary and other people who are going to be working within the platform itself, where they can't stop that. That's something that we're constantly at it behind the scenes, just to implement it and secure it, because I'm not going to be here forever. Okay, anything could happen. Okay, you know what I mean, with the amount of that is already happened. So with these things happening, long as everybody knows what's happening, this is why it's so important that everything I'm showing here, if people came forward and actually had that evidence, then it gives more power. So it's like one person gets knocked down, at least the members of the public can still move forward, because that's what they're going to want.
I meant, sorry to interrupt you, Randy, is actually if people ask, do you have receipts for any gifts or donations, and where it ends up, because you know what it's like with any targeting, that they will try and imply, oh, you're avoiding tax or anything like that in England financially. That's what I was trying to get at.
Oh, the financial. So really, financially, over the last 4 years, I've never really been asking for anything. Okay, simply because I've been paying out my own pocket. It was a year and a half, or give or take ago, where people were saying, well, we want to help and support, because obviously I couldn't get everywhere because obviously the fuel expenses. So people were then slowly donating, whether it was £5 here or £5 there, whatever it was going to be, from different people, family and friends as well, majority of it. Okay, and then I put obviously on the website that you could obviously donate, whether it's £5 a month, £10 a month, or just a one-off buy me a coffee, which is £3. I do have receipts for all the traveling that I've been doing. Okay, so I could show everything what I've been doing, but it's not money I'm looking for. I'll be very honest with you. I need people to wake up, because money is only going to get me so far with me traveling. So if you're, let's say, in Birmingham or Manchester or Liverpool or Blackpool or Leicester or London or Southampton, the more people come together and wake up, and I know where you are, at least then people in, let's say, Southampton, then people who are reaching out for this help and support, I can link them up with people in Southampton, okay? People in Blackpool and every other town and city, even in Wales, even in Scotland, even in Ireland. I'm doing the very same thing right now in America. So people are reaching out, as long as people are coming forward to help and support, I can link them up directly to them. Okay, because at the end of the day, most important thing is they need help and support, because the suicide side of it, majority of it happens when you're isolated. Okay, when you're on your own, you have nobody to speak to, you can't talk to anybody, you can't go anywhere, and your children are stolen from you. This is going to cause a problem. Okay, I remember I went through that for nearly 8 years. Okay, I was blackmailed into that circumstances and that situation, which is no good. So this is the reason why I'm always urging anybody to get involved. If they got involved, you know what I mean, it's ideal. Then people could link up with the same people. Even to the charity organisation currently that I'm working with, whether it's all the way down to Wales, I link the victims or the members of the public are reaching out to them, because I can't do everything, because, you know, I'm not a solicitor, I'm just a dad. You see, that broke silence. I'm moving forward with what I'm talking about. But when people are coming forward, I can advise them, I can guide them the best I can. But legal-wise, I don't give them no advice. I don't do none of that at all. Okay? So this is the reason why I'm always saying to people, appealing for help and support. That's what I mean by help and support. And if people even want to donate, for example, I've always said it and I'm going to say it again. If you want to donate, I'd rather you get involved, know what it's all about before you even donate. Because then you know what you're doing, then you know where your money is going to be going, then you know what the fuel is going to be for. Because for me, I've spent, I don't know, 40,000 pounds so far. Whatever I had, I'm not bothered. Why? Because one thing I'll always remember, money will come and go. But when our children are taken, they never come back. And that's a worrying factor for me. I hope that answers your question there, Empathy. If I could get this person here, objective...
it doesn't answer my question, because I just wondered why now, because there's many people like me, as you know, around for over 30 odd years been trying to expose this. Why only? How long, may I ask, no disrespect, how long have you been raising this awareness to help people? How many years?
I've learned about it in 2014. I broke silence in 2020.
Okay, and how are you getting the protection? I have to ask these questions because there's people like me constantly worse off than you, going through the targeting in a massive way. Because I used to be a journalist, you know. I notice it to you, ex-police as well. I'm always cautious, ex-police, because of Freemason connection. Can I ask you both upright, publicly, have you any affiliation with Freemason Lodge?
No connection for me. Gary, I'll get him to answer it so people don't think I'm answering for him. But I don't have no connection to any of them. I'm just a dad. I didn't even know about Freemasons until people started talking about it, to be perfectly honest. Okay?
Yeah,
So I'm just a normal...
nothing personal, but there is
No. It's fine. It's fine to ask that. You know what I mean? I wanted to ask that. Okay. There's no issues with that. That's not a problem at all. Gary, if you could just unmute yourself, just for a bit of clarity for the sister here.
Oh, hi. No, I've never had any affiliation to the Freemasons at all. I was never even asked to be. I've covered this quite a few times previously.
Okay.
I think I was probably just not the right person for them. I was working so hard constantly. I've said this, my nickname was the Duracell Bunny because I was literally running around working my hardest for the public, quite literally, and I don't think they would have liked that as part of the Freemasons.
Yeah, so I mean, I know you asked that question, but, you know, it doesn't seem like anybody who's going to be, I mean, if they were a Freemason, for example, I mean, you'll find people in the comments or maybe in this coming in, instigating bits and bobs, but none of us are linked to any of those. I don't believe in that. I'm a Muslim. I'm a born-bred English. I love my nation. I love my kids. I love my community, and that's where my heart and soul is. And that's all I care about, and that's why I'm doing what I'm doing.
Can I touch on that? Like, the reason I ask the questions is because, like, I see a lot of the information that's coming out recently as, like, it's an initiation on everybody, like a darkness to light, and it seems like it's like compartmentalized sort of information. And, like, I question where this movement's actually leading us, because it seems like we're trying to work within a system that was inherently broken from the get-go. Like, it's always been to govern our minds, right, to control us. You know, it's just that there's people like Alex Jones out there and Russell Brand that give you partial truths, you know. So I just want to question, you know, Gary, because I want to know I can trust him. You know, it's easy for him to come out and say, okay, I've never been approached by the Freemasons, but I need tangible proof if I'm going to get behind you, Gary, I must admit. Because I've been taken down the road of Magna Carta last year, August 31st, presenting it to Parliament and the police, and it was an absolute shit show that promised us military involvement, and there was none. And I know you're in touch with just an ordinary citizen, and this man has gone on the internet and he's gone and told everybody that I'm a ex-junkie, and it's bang out of order.
Well, objective, let me answer yourself first with me. I'm just a dad, just like yourself as a parent. And I'm speaking up because I agree with what you said. I'm not going along with the fraudulent system. I'm opening the doors of the corruption that I've witnessed and seen myself. I'm witnessed victims of child sexual abuse that have been covered up by these deliberately. I've witnessed their manufacturing documents, manufacturing concerns, manufacturing crimes. But at that time when I was witnessing this, I was told directly by a social worker, Mr. Lateef, you better stop speaking up, otherwise you'll get a criminal record, and then what will become of your kids? I knew what that meant. So I was entrapped and I had to go through a complaint procedure. Now on the website, I'll break that complaint procedure down. I've even got the evidence of crimes taking place in front of social workers, and they're framing the parents for it. So I'm working from the ground coming upwards, if you understand. And I keep very, very simple for that. And I'm not bothered about anything from anybody, because at the end of the day, that's what it's all about. I don't care. You know, people can say what they want. I understand where they're coming from. Most of the time lately, I don't understand it, because it's the same thing. It's like people have a preconceived view. Be transparent, be independent. Anything that I'm talking about, I'm going to share you the evidence. That'll show you what I'm all about. You can research about me. You can see everything about myself. You know what I mean? And this is the reason why I'm doing what I'm doing. I've explained it. You know what I mean? I'm not going to be afraid. I'm not going to be bothered at all.
I believe you when you say that.
You know what I mean? And don't get me wrong, right now, my brother, I will tell you straight, which is going back to the point of empathy. How am I protecting myself? Well, it's hard to protect myself if the public don't wake up. I mean, in the last 10 years, since 2014, I've moved. This will be my 7th time I'm moving, because I keep getting targeted for me standing up and speaking up. And now I'm going to just get louder and louder, whether they like it or not. I'm going to present you evidence. I'm going to present you evidence that all this that I'm talking about has been framed on the judges. So the judges think that they want to work with liars, criminal storytellers. Well, crack on. And more importantly, I've got a court case that'll be coming up shortly. Maybe you should attend that court arena, and you'll know exactly how deep rooted this is and why I'm doing what I'm doing, because I'm not going to be silenced. I believe our children and our communities are more important to the liars, criminal storytellers stealing our children. And this is why I was talking about on my web, on the TikTok, for example. I'm giving you the evidence. 10,000 children, they admitted that accidentally they handed over to a child trafficking ring. How can you accidentally hand over 10,000 children to child trafficking ring? It's a disgrace. Our government is unfit for purpose and inadequate. It's a disgrace. John, maybe you might have to drop off and then come back on. It's a disgrace. I'm going to drop you to come back on. Sometimes it echoes like that, so it just refreshes yourself. So get yourself back on. But objective, I understand where you come from, because me, naively, I'm going to give you my side, and very naively, when I broke silence, I actually thought in my mind and heart that everybody in the public will understand that we'll be serious about this. And through my journey, I've had a lot of people that have deceived me. A lot of people that have betrayed me. But every time they deceived me or betrayed me, they deceived their own children and the children of the nation, and they betrayed the children of the nation. They didn't betray me, that's what they betrayed. And that was absolutely a disgrace for me. But I kept moving forward. And as time went on, I found better people and more people. And even now, for example, on TikTok over the last 6 months, I've had some amazing people get involved. But what they've been doing is coming on board to get followers, to get some likes. And when they get what they want, then they start attacking you. But they can't attack me. So what they do is they manufacture things like the authorities, liars, criminals, storytellers. And you know, what am I supposed to do? I just let them crack on. We can't do nothing about that. They make shit for a living. So I stand fast where I am. Now, at the moment, like I say, I'm in that situation where I'm looking to find another home somewhere. I'm hoping the community will intervene and obviously help and support, because the authorities won't. They won't help me. They won't support me, because once you start speaking up against them, if they're willing to throw our children under the bus to cover themselves up, now I'm speaking up, do you think they're going to help me? The answer is no. And this is why it's so important that I keep doing what I'm doing until that time comes that I can move again, because I've got children in the firing line. I've had all my children today in the last 7 months have been targeted by perpetrators. Can you imagine that? My children first gone through episodes of this covered up by these psychopaths, and now because I've got the evidence through the procedures of the system, now I'm exposing them. Now they've got the public members to target my children. Is this fair? I mean, if the public come together and protected 4 children of mine, leave the government to me. That's how I see it. Leave these trash talkers to me, because I ain't scared of them. Because do you know why? There's nothing to be scared of. I'm speaking the truth, so I don't need to worry. And more importantly, every single time I come on live, what do I say? For any further clarity, please get in touch. I'll give you evidence. I'll give you evidence. I'll give you evidence. And this is what it's all about. And I also, it's like the beginning of the live today. What did I say? I've made it for the attention of the police and the professionals who are listening, that I'm hoping you wake up, because this is what's going on and I need your help. So I'm reaching out independently to every organization, even the police today. Yet people say the police are all corrupt. Even the social workers, yet people are saying they're all corrupt. They're not all corrupt. I know this, because a lot of them, because they're not corrupt, it's just that they don't know. They don't know the setup. They don't know how it works. So, for example, I had a social worker a few months back was asking me, well, where does a good social worker fit? And so I give him the answer. So what happens, a bad social worker gets involved and she'll start manufacturing documents, manufacturing concerns of crime against a parent, okay, any parent. And then when you put a complaint in, what will happen is they'll take that social worker and they'll move it into another town and city to continue doing what they're doing. But it's replaced by another social worker. Now, the next social worker independently now will sit down independently, because I obviously treat them independently, and if everybody did the very same thing, the next social worker will find there's issues, and they'll realize that they're framing the parents. So they'll say, hey, look, we know what's going on. We're going to deal with it in 30 days. You know, you have core group meetings. They say 30 days later.
Can I interrupt you? Randy, can I correct you for your viewers? All due respect, no social worker is like that. The social worker limited company, all social workers in England has to have their number with that company, then they get hired per contract per council, and all councils are limited companies. I would, don't mind me saying on your platform, is go about it with caution. Some of them may be good, but they may be compromised because they've got their jobs and families to do. So I just wanted you to don't mind me saying.
Yeah. No, that's fine for a comment, but I'm explaining to you how it works now, okay? So to explain to you the first social worker, the liar, criminal, storyteller. Then they'll move into another town. The next one will see, independently, because she wants to do her job right, will see that they're framing the parents or they're ignoring children deliberately, and these crimes are taking place. So when they take, oh, 1 second, John, let me finish this point. So when they turn around and say, and they go forward to speak up about this, what happens, the social worker will get sacked, removed, sent on the sick. And when they get sacked, a third person goes and makes their document for them, which I could prove also, you see. This is why you find that you have a conversation with a social worker, and then the social worker disappears, and then what's in the document is something totally different to what the conversation actually happened, because they've got rid of that social worker. Okay, so the social workers, the good ones, are just getting sacked, removed, sent on the sick, and then they'll keep changing. Every time there's a bad one, when they get caught, they'll just move them to another department, another position. But they keep the operation going. So the system itself, or social services, corporate business, you're 100% right. But it's running fraudulently. Okay? They're stealing our children by manufacturing documents. But remember, it's not every social worker, but that's how that works. I could evidence this, and which is really important, but why I actually made my third video, which is known as banned on YouTube in UK. And then you realize why it was banned, because I'm giving you evidence on that video. Within the next 24 hours, I know there's some work getting done, so it should be back on, and you'll be able to watch it yourself And then you're going to be in a better position to have a real dialogue with me. That's the thing. And this way, it helps you to understand the good social workers, the bad social workers, and the network. And this is the same thing when you go higher and higher and higher, is to what Gary was talking about. It's the network, the fraudulent network. We know it's not all the police officers, you see. So, for example, I've got death threats on me at the moment. Nobody's doing anything because the police officer will say, hey, this is wrong, this is a crime, and he'll report it, but there'll be somebody there that'll cut the ties. They'll move it aside because they don't want to do it, because it's game over. Because anything that happens to me right now, if you go to any of my videos, it gives you the court case number, it gives you the department that I'm talking about, and it gives you the names of the social workers. And how much you're going to do a lot more, they better be careful. I don't want to be intimidated, threatened, or anything like that no more. I've had enough. Objective, I hope that makes sense, my brother, my friend. Objective? Is he going to mute himself?
Sorry, mate.
No, it's okay. I hope that answers a lot of the questions for you, because I want to be transparent with anything, okay? And, risks, but it's just the way it is.
Yeah, really, it's answers from Gary that I need, you know. It's, like I say, it's for the reasons I've stated with like people like Russell Brand, Alex Jones, who appear to be giving us partial truths, you know.
Gary, unmute yourself. Let's get that one out the way with as well, because it'll be good for clarity purposes.
Yeah, first of all, it's difficult for me to prove I've never been approached by the Freemasons, but let's be real. I'm exposing the Freemasons through all of my evidence. I'm saying they're behind all of this and that they've been key to the fraud and victimising the public. So I wouldn't generally be saying that unless, you know, I wasn't part of the Freemasons. Hopefully that's sort of fairly obvious to most people. Also, in relation to trusting me, well, look at what I'm trying to actually call for: a transparent taxation system so that the public can be the auditors of the government's finances.
Should we be
at
taxed
source?
at all? Should we be taxed at all?
Pardon?
I don't think we should be taxed at all. I think that whole system is completely fraudulent.
Possibly not, but I think we need to establish that first. So we need to establish what finances are required for society to be maintained and the economy. Sorry, I'm just going up a hill.
A commission,
and the economy.
A commission on goods. That's what should be put in place, and services. It shouldn't be.
Yeah, but don't let Gary answer, because he's answering for objective, so he gets it from the horse's mouth.
Yeah. No, this is my personal opinion. Initially, we need a transition into something more longer term. And I think the main thing should be a transparent taxation system so the government, so the people can log on to a government account and actually audit the accounts with a collective income being shown and then referenced expenditure from that account. I also believe that the public should be able to view at source the government's pot of funds for the nation, and that should be maintained through a fluctuating taxation request system. And then you've got full transparency. I mean, there's probably going to be a lot more in relation to that. But I wouldn't be calling for that, would I, if I was somehow financially gaining from the Freemasons' corruption?
I mean,
the other thing I'm calling for is full accountability and liability. So verification of company and corporations has never been done. It's never been done. So I wouldn't be calling for these and other measures. There's no motive for me personally to be making any of these suggestions. And it's very clear, unfortunately, Russell Brand is part of this problem. I'm finding many of these people appear to have been positioned specifically as misdirection, misinformation, to then fit the narrative of eventually probably obtaining full digital currency control through the taxation system and defrauding the general public. So I don't think there's anything I'm doing or saying that anybody should be cautious about in terms of any ulterior motive.
I can appreciate that. I mean, I don't think that it's like a material gain that you're getting from this. For me, it's like a question of like there's a bigger picture to this whole thing. They're about to crash the fiat system. You know, they're bringing these bricks, and the bigger picture of it all, with the religion, with Islam spreading across the West. You know, it's systematic, and within Christianity and Islam, they're diametrically opposed. You know, so when it comes to the taxation and them sort of things, like, I feel like there's nothing we can do to stop what's coming, because they literally want to crash that system. So I feel like going down this road is kind of a non-starter.
I disagree. I think if the masses are all on a collective strategy, we can stop or change anything. You know, the people can still, I believe, through certain measures, govern their own trajectory in terms of what happens in this world. But we need the masses to stand up and be counted.
Yeah, there's one thing I'm just going to add in on that. Sorry about objective. We've all got one common ground if we just focus. Everything leads to our children, their well-being and their future. And then it comes to also these heinous crimes. And me personally, I don't know anybody who thinks this is acceptable, apart from the perpetrators. But we're talking about a few sick individuals, and when we talk about few, we're talking about tens of thousands. Yet there's millions of people in the United Kingdom alone, okay? So the rest of the public need to wake up about this. And remember what I said, this is that same nation that if we heard about one child going through heinous crimes, we would stand up for, and now it's in another country. But we've been watching these crimes taking place for such a long time. It's like we're sort of getting immune to it, accepting it. And people need to wake up, because right now there's not a town and city that this has not been affected by. Members of the public are waking up in every single town and city. And I work with a lot of campaigners, and it's every town and city. They're waking up again and again, doing protests, waking others up on a daily basis. It's just with me, I'm doing that one more where I'm actually presenting the evidence day in, day out. And I'm hoping people come together and actually learn about all this one time and get all the evidence. Then what I'm doing, so can you. Information is power. You could beat them with a stick with. They could cover up, but how long for? Say, that's why I went public, for the whole reason for that. I hope that makes sense for you there. Always, you've just nipped in. Anything you want to add?
I'll be quick so someone else can take a spot. There's no point sitting on the boxes and not saying nothing. Like, you're just taking up the space. But so I'll be quick. I think I asked Lee to come because Lee is really passionate when he's got something to say, he will go and do some looking into it and everything. And I think he'll be good for this cause. But I do get why he's asking these kinds of questions, because we've all been deceived by so many, and sometimes it'll be right close next to you and you won't have a clue, and then you won't realise until it's too late. But what we can't do with that is allow those experiences to halt us, allow those experiences to stop us from finding the real ones and actually working together. So even like Gary has put out there a few suggestions, some people might agree with some, you might not agree with others, but then throw your suggestions in, work together until people start acting like they are demonic, like they are on the other side. Feel free to stick by them and just keep your eyes open for if they change. Because if we start just looking at each other and not looking at the clear problem, we all can see where the clear problem is coming from at the moment. And if we start looking at each other instead of all looking at them, they've won. And well, they haven't won. The point is they haven't won, but we might as well do the right thing, band together. All of the snakes, all of the demons, all of the nasty people, they are going to be highlighted. All we've got to do is keep doing what we're doing, all going towards the same goal, throwing out suggestions to actually get this done. And then all of those snakes and those demons, Lilith's children, all of them, they're going to be shown. It's going to be highlighted.
No, brilliant. But you just stay in the box there because we're going to take one more question. We are coming to the end. Oh, Gary, can you hear me?
Yes.
Gary, could you get the question of Matt there while I sort this out?
No problem. Matty, what's your comment or question, please?
My question, about the corruption authorities and grooming gangs?
Well, anything that we've been talking about, really.
Well, I like the 3 points what you actually made, Gary. That sounded a lot of sense. And actually hearing what Always Mind was just saying, that actually makes sense. I did actually experience that sort of thing where Always Mind turned around and says, you got to watch who's beside you. When I was a child, my parents, I'm white, allowed certain people to be near me what shouldn't have been near me, if you know what I mean.
Okay.
I think we've all been traumatised.
To be fair, I don't know if I'm allowed to say this on TikTok. Everyone reckon they should be hung. Nah, mate. They should be put in a nice big bath full of, and watch them scream. Because that's what they deserve.
Matt, I'm sorry about what happened to you. I think all of us have been traumatised in some way, because if we all just look around, even if you haven't had anything directly happen to you, you haven't had what you could consider a childhood trauma, you're being poisoned consistently through the water system, through the air, through everything. All of us are being harmed. But what we need to do is look at the people that are doing it, that we've allowed to kind of control this. I'm sorry for everyone's pain. I really am sorry for everyone's pain. But we need to focus on getting rid of it, because our children are the ones that are going to suffer. They tried to steal my child for nothing. So I know firsthand that they are capable of just making up stuff to take your kid, because for no reason, not to help them. So I think if we just focus on what we need to do and actually do it. If you don't agree with something, if you think someone's a snake, put it out there. Let them show themselves. Let them show you what they are willing to do. That's why I'm glad that Lee came, because I'm thinking you've got loads of suggestions. Actually put them to a group that is actually willing to listen, and let's actually make a dent in this.
Yeah, make a difference. Make a difference.
Don't care, because I have to do the right thing for the children and everybody with what is going on. And I actually think that if we don't do this now with this evidence, then we may lose the opportunity to do so. So my motive is that, really, and I'm willing to lose everything, even my life, for it.
No, I agree, because at the end
social services have got used by the balls and they're controlling you.
John, above our governments. So you can't expect a barrister to turn against those that are controlling our governments. It won't work.
I know where it all goes to, and it doesn't. It's not on our land. It's all controlled from other lands, let's say. But at least if we come together and bring them together, maybe they'll identify and say, well, this is a global problem. It's not just identified just here in the UK. It's all over the world. And as you say, it does go back to like Evergreen and the Clintons and Obamas and stuff like that. But it also comes back to Tony Blair here when he implemented the whole thing by saying that the statistics aren't being met and they want to increase the level of children being removed and put them into homes where they probably haven't even been vetted. And I think that these homes should be vetted by the parents where the children are being placed anyway, because obviously they don't know the full history of their families and stuff like that. So, and as you see yourself, there's a lot of children being abused when they're being placed in foster care and enforced adoptions as well. So something has to be done. The system has to be broken, and the only way to do it is to try and get the sheriffs and the judges on board so that they identify and, as you say, break down the financial system
or John, or an international strike and withholding of all payments.
Correct.
To compel
correct.
that change.
And an international strike can't be just for one day. An international strike's got to be until the changes
Absolutely.
implemented.
Absolutely.
Right, Gary, can you hear me?
Yes, I can, my friend.
Oh, thank God for that. Right, listen, we are at that time. Now, tomorrow, I'll give you a heads up. Tomorrow, there is information that I'll be sharing, especially when it comes to this up here. I'll be talking about it, and then I will be making it available, just what I did on Wednesday. So every week, I'll be starting sharing the information and evidence. It's only going to get worse, because at some point across the line, I'll be speaking about victims of child SA to do with this and these covering it up. At the end of the day, I don't have a choice, because at the end of the day, if I don't speak up openly now with everything that should be made available to everybody, then the members of the public are going to be put at risk. So we are at that time of the night. Everybody that's been in the boxes, you might as well stay there. Matt, I hope you got your questions answered for the night.
Yeah, I did, thanks.
But tomorrow, feel free to join us again tomorrow, because it'll give you more time. We are on for at least 4 hours on a night. It's just before we end, I normally have everybody who's in the boxes to have their final comments of whether what's the live all about, or a comment in general. I'll leave it up to every single person. Actually, I'll start with you, Matt. Is it your last final words for this evening for everybody?
Yeah, many blessings to you all, and thanks for having me, and peace out.
Well, Matt, I want to say thank you very much for joining us. Your magic words.
Oh, and thanks for speaking the truth.
No, well, thank you very much, because the biggest thing that you mentioned, which I love it when you mention it, and anybody mentions is, they've been dividing and conquering us for a long time. And what you said is, it's about time that we need to put our differences aside, come together, regardless of our colour, creed, or religion, stand together, because it's all about our children that we need to stand up for. But Matt, thank you very much for joining us, and I will be speaking to you tomorrow.
Okay, bye guys.
Good night,
bye. Bye. John, can I have you next for your last saying, please?
No, I'm just going to say it's been interesting, and as I say, once again, it's all about the money. It's not about the children, in my personal opinion. In most cases, let's say, because there is a lot of children being removed for the sake of filling people's pockets. And as Gary says, there is a lot of talk about adrenochrome and certain major international freight companies and government bodies. And to me, I think it has to be exposed, because if it's not exposed, then how's people meant to know? And people think we're all talking conspiracy. It's not. They're the ones that's living in the illusion. We're living in what is the true facts, and the true facts is it's greed and control.
No, you're right. It's fact findings, not crap findings, and we're making everything available to everybody. John, thank you very much for your last final words. Just get ready for tomorrow. Come on a bit earlier, and we'll do a lot more. Can I get the brother Objective there next, please? Just for your final words, my friend.
Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to thank you for allowing me to come and raise the questions I did. I feel they're somewhat satisfied. I'll continue to engage with the group, and at least people know where I stand now. I do believe that you're in it for the right reasons. So, like I said, I'll continue to engage.
Well, I want to say thank you very much for joining us. But one of the best things that will help anybody in general is having seen the true counts of information that we have. It's only to do with this, due to safeguarding and child protection. Otherwise, I would have been telling you everything. But because there's children in the firing line, I'm not able to do so. But offline, I'll be able to tell you anything you want to know. Okay, but thank you very much for joining us. Can I get Baz next, please? Baz?
Again, guys, we need to be looking at this in like a three-pronged attack. Sustained striking, sustained non-payment of taxes, withholding their funds, and making sure the judges know that the social services are putting the blame purely on them, and it's not the other way around. So the judges are then having to look at who's blaming them for casting judgment on these families, who's blaming them for taking these children away from these families. And the more people that we wake up, the better. Unfortunately, fear is a big factor. People are so scared to lift their head out of the sand, and this is the issue we have. They like to stay on the straight and narrow when we know this road is windy, hard and long.
Baz, perfect words. You know, and I'm really grateful for you to join us tonight. Hopefully you join us tomorrow. We're going to keep moving forward every single day. Now, every time I come on, I'm actually going to be presenting evidence. And I want to also emphasize and remind everybody, anything that Gary has been talking about, I will actually make that information and evidence available. Okay, even though he's having some issues of banning and stopping, I've already discussed with him to get that information and evidence. I'll put it on the website. You'll be able to get a PDF file and you'll be able to download it. But Baz, thank you very much for joining us. If I could go to always, can I get you next, please?
Yeah, firstly, love to everyone and thank you. I'm getting a bit emotional because it's nice to hear people, all different people, just coming together for the right cause. We're all being affected by these demonic entities that clearly are sadistic. They enjoy harming us. They enjoy harming our children. It is about money. They enjoy taking the money from us. They enjoy all the nasty things. And as soon as we wake up to that and we all, like, shoulder to shoulder, face them and actually try and sort this out. Until we do that, we're not going to get anywhere. But being here gives me hope. So thanks to everybody for getting involved and just giving it a chance. Just check. If you think about, if you're worried about anything, if you're worried about anyone, just go and check. Because there are so many people that really just want to make a difference. And if you're one of them people that want to make a difference, you're in the right place. We just do it together.
Good words.
Yeah, good words. Thank you very much. My brother, my friend, Gary, I'm going to leave it to you now, please.
I just want to say a massive thank you to you, Rangi. There's been a few comments saying how special you are, and I just want to reiterate that. You know, and I don't say this unless I mean it. I think you're an inspiration, and I'm very proud to be part of this live that you've enabled me to come on and share my evidence where so many won't. So a massive thank you to you and to everybody else. You know, be hopeful, be strong, stand in your power and stand in the truth. This is all about truth, getting back to truth, away from deception, away from the lies. And I think once we get that foundation of truth from those that govern our nations, it will be a new way forward. It will just be an incredible future for everybody when we get that truth and transparency. So thank you, Rangi, and everyone else. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for them kind words, Gary. But I want to say the work that you do yourself, I want to take a hats off to you. And to be honest, I think this should be an example for everybody about color, creed, religion taken away for a common cause, for the right reasons, people coming together. A Christian brother, a Muslim, a white Caucasian, and a man with a tan, okay? There is no differences between us, okay?
I love that.
So, you know, I want to say thank you very much for joining, Gary. You're part of obviously everything that we do. Like anybody who genuinely comes on board, we actually embrace everybody because this is what it's all about. But I'm going to leave it like that and obviously get ready for tomorrow. I want people to be prepared for tomorrow. Any questions that you have. And more importantly, I want people to start saying, hey, I want the evidence. I want this evidence. I want this evidence. Start getting that evidence. Because there was somebody earlier on that was saying, hey, this, if it happens, it should be justice. What is it? Well, let me show you. Okay, let me give you fact findings. Let me give you evidence to beat him with a stick with. If you knew what I know, or you had the information and evidence that I have, you'd be doing a lot more than what I'm doing. The only reason I am doing the way I'm doing it at the moment, because I'm not only speaking for myself anymore, I'm speaking for the rest of the nation and everybody that's involved who's been victimized through this system. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's come to that end of the night. I want to say thank you very much to every single person that's joined. I want to say thank you very much every person that actually came into the boxes and every single person that was in the comments. I really appreciate everybody's input. And looking forward for tomorrow. So, ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, from me and everybody else and LCS News and Gary, I want to say love and respect. Stay strong, stay tuned, and get ready for tomorrow. Good night and God bless. Thank you.